There we go. Shit off me up. Ugh. Yeah, put this in the freezer. Hey, what's up? Oh. This needs to be done really quick. Hey. Oh, fuck my charger. Need to grab that little quick. That would be a very important necessity. Sit up. Man the stream. Don't follow me. There we go. Watch your documentary on the Battle of Blair Mountain. Damn, those miners went for some serious shit. Yeah, absolutely, dude. I mean, I haven't, learned about it for documentaries, just on my own research outside of it. And, yeah, there's a lot of fucking crazy shit that the miners went through. At least when it came to more short-term immediate justice, they unfortunately never really got it. Yeah, I had to, fight long, hard in the court system for it, but it's, something that, at the end of the day, it did show, the fruits and the results of, what they fought for. Especially with, took off. Really? But especially with, what was I about to say? With a lot of the, and to some extent the incompetence of the, company and then the, gun thugs and shit, because, they manufacture their own bombs with chemical weapons and explosives that are left over from the Great War, and weren't exactly, too smart about, if they were going to work properly or not. Despite these major leftist activities. Well, I mean, funny how you're bringing this up, because honestly, a lot of, it was a very slow, bored as fuck type of work day today, but there was, a lot of things to discuss about, there's a fly. It's not the one from last night, it's another one. Or slow or clumsy. But yeah, I was about to say. But yeah, with the with a lot of of the the OG labor movement from the back in the day, or especially back in the America's more more older history, at least early 1900s, 100 years ago, older history. I mean, there was a legitimate organized sense of leftism in America, because I mean. As much as, maybe American leftists want to be nuh-uh, a legitimate, far leftist, in America is a very rare breed indeed. But it really wasn't as much. It was legitimate, kind of a big thing that, well, not really, a big thing, but it was actually a fairly organized, element of the political sphere in America for some time. Of course, it wasn't, able to get, codified and, solidified in a lot of ways, at least for the long term, just because of how much obvious liberal status quo is very vehemently against shit like that. So, they were able to concede a little bit, but not really enough. Because also there was just a complacency that happened over time as well. Once they actually did get some of the successes that they want, because they were pretty much told like, hey, I mean, you got yours, it's all good. Wasn't there just yet in the early 19th in the 20th century. I mean, yeah, that's actually something that my coworker, who's another lefty, was mentioning. He's just like, yeah, when it comes to labor consciousness, especially because he was mentioning how like the railroad strikes might not happen in the U.S. because from what he was saying and from what I found out and looked up and confirmed, it's illegal for railroad workers to go on strike. Because like railroads and trains are essentially like the arteries of the economy, so it's just like, I mean, to disrupt that would just cause pandemonium and mayhem. And it's just like, what the fuck do you think a strike is? It's like, that's the point. But yeah, apparently it is, and that's the reason why they were kind of given an ultimatum by the beginning of September when it comes to the company and the railroad workers, because if they do go on strike, they're going to be arrested en masse, by the way. And the only real way for, I think, something like that to be challenged, despite that fact, if there was, strong labor consciousness. And he was saying, America isn't really there yet, and I agree. But, just knowing the fact that this shit's really ramping up more and more really shows that there's people that are stumbling and stirring and being like, being basically shoved around, being woken up a little bit. Things are getting rocky to the point people are starting to kind of like, what the fuck, huh? Kind of sloggily start waking up a bit. So, and it's also very, when they do happen, especially for people that happen to be, pretty intelligent and versed in theory, can actually, radicalize people who, for the most part, wouldn't know or frankly give a shit, for the most part, about these ideas unless actually told to them and explained to them. Especially when the example of that praxis is something that they are doing, like with a strike. So it's just like, I mean, there's, I think, a lot of things right now that are kind of building up to what eventually will be a more nationalized consciousness, especially when it comes to labor. But, I definitely agree with my coworker and with you to an extent. We're not there yet. I feel like today's conditions are fertile grounds for different ideologies, fascist, leftists, and opposed neoliberal order to grow mature. Yeah, we're in this fertile period where, I mean, we're seeing it with the far right, and I think, while I think more, quote, quieter, we're seeing some of that from the left, too. And I think honestly, there is, like, some element about why we see a lot more, like, explosive, like, vocal, advocation for shit from the far right. Because how they maximize their influence and their idea is just propagandize and just push it. Because, for them to actually try to defend it, it's gonna just like crumble like a house of cards. It's bullshit. So like, and whether some of these people know it or not, there's a good chunk of them that know that. I mean, that's the reason why they are the way they are when it comes to their element of their ideologies. And with that, I mean, when it comes to people, at least who are more left-leaning in a sense, there's not much of a need to just, like, go push, and do, like, such hyper-propagandistic, chugging, of just, like, let's just, like, just chug all this out, and all this shit. Because, I mean, you don't have to, like, spend, because there's not really much of a need to really do that when like the ideas of the avocation are, can also be seen in a real world example, but also be seen in other countries and that have already been done, like universal healthcare, for example. And you can see where historically it's even worked when it comes to things like labor or social justice, when it comes to civil rights movement. So it's just like, people on the left have things to actually work with and show, here's examples of, like, where leftist practice and avocation, has. There's not much of a need to, like, do mass propagandization or, like, a mass defense thing or some shit. Like, because, like we have something to show for it in a sense. Not always. Like, there's definitely plenty of lefties out there that are just, slacktivists and frankly just are there for show more so than actually trying to do something. It's like maybe they agree with things, but, they're there for maybe, more ulterior motives, There's definitely people like that. Honestly, I feel like I feel like the intro to Fall 4, after a century of consumption, people woke up from the American dream. Honestly, I feel like this nuclear end of the world will be preceded by resource wars. Once oil becomes rare, you won't think you'll have. There will be wars over what's left in your naive wars over fresh water, too, especially the nuke slice and humanity's state weather storm line up to create a new states. Well, yeah. I mean, anyone who thinks after oil there's, going to be no more resource wars is, like, not just naive, but delusional. Just simply delusional. It's like, no. Most likely, there will most certainly be a lot more going on with that. I mean, honestly, at least when it comes to the whole, like, nuke element of it, I mean, I guess there's, like, a part of me that definitely has, like, a nihilistic sense to it, where it's like, well, you as a person, an average person in the system, literally has no voice or any say or anything when it comes to the nukes, whether they're launched or not, or dismantled or not, or anything like that. So it's like, on one hand, it's like, why worry about it? But on the other hand, it's just like, I'd rather also not have, like, our future kin have a nuclear radioactive hellscape either, you know what I mean? So it's just like, one obviously overrides the other. I think, my, fear of, like, what would happen if nukes dropped is a little bit more, like, I think that overrides, the whole nihilistic, like, what can you do thing. I guess also in my mind, it's like kind of a slippery slope, fallacy mentality with it, where it's like, well, if I don't give a fuck about that, then I don't have to, then why give a fuck about any of these other issues, you know what I mean? Because, hey, if I don't give a fuck if the nukes fly or not, then, yeah, let's just break that logic down, then why give a fuck about anything else? And obviously I do give a fuck, so I'm gonna give a fuck, in that case too. Where I am probably, I will not catch a nuke. I mean, think about it this way, like, I guess in a sense of, like, of some reassurance. If they do fly, chances they won't be in our lifetime. That's what, so I wouldn't necessarily worry. And if it really does happen, chances he'll be like an old man. Like, I think there would be other economic, or maybe, like, other civilizational collapse elements or factors that would play a role before nukes flew here in the US and shit. At least when it comes to, like, what may happen here in the US regionally. Like, oh, this fucking fly, dude! Fuck you, bitch! Oh, dude, I just singed this one, too! Fucker! If I'm eating nukes fly, I'm definitely eating a gun. Well, just go to an epicenter. Like, I mean, I don't want to do old man in the wasteland. No, I feel you that one. I mean, I might just to see how, like, because fuck it, I might as well see how, like, what the world will kind of look like after the fact. Be like, oh, this is how the world's gonna look like when I'm gone, now that the nukes fly. Well, shit, I'm feeling the radiation literally eat me alive, so, just fuck it now. But hey, at least I get to spend a couple of moments to check out, like, how the fuck things look. I mean, I guess, like, I don't know, man, there's, like, a little part of me that'll be like, I don't want to kind of see how things look after the fact, but not for long. Unless I was, like, deep in the mountains, where, like, the most minimal of damage, it's gonna happen, basically. So, I mean, if I do end up being a survivalist in that post-nuclear world, then I'm going to the mountains. Makes sense. Sukov! Gotta get this little boy. Good boy. Hey, that's sweet. What are you doing way over there? Yeah, come here. Not gonna be the badass who starts a new tribe that turns into a nation. The best, I imagine, is the Wandering Hermit. What, do you think I'm going into, like, go up in the mountains, you know, to, like, try to start a tribe or something? Nah, fam. Like, I'll let my, like, you know, I might have, like, friends and, you know, maybe, like, you know, people that I know and closely trust and shit be there, but fuck, like, the whole, like, getting a tribe going and getting, like, a little mini nation started. I mean, it's, like, I guess, depending on how many people, like, build up from that, but, I mean, I'm making that a council ship. I ain't leading shit. I can see you joining a band of raiders. I ain't gonna be no goddamn raider. Wow, you think low of me. Damn. Like, if that's the case, then I'm doing it to co-opt those raiders. Yeah, give them more of a purpose and stop raiding. Like, I mean, I'd co-opt them just to fucking be like, alright, gonna take out the leader, and then we're gonna, you know, change shit up and actually make things, you know, good for us, instead of this son of a bitch making us scrabble around and shoot people. Just like, fuck this shit. Definitely ain't no way in hell I'm gonna be joining no goddamn bandits. I'll just fucking fly. Oh! Ah! You got singed enough to where you ain't going nowhere now, motherfucker. I got... Oh, yeah, you're done now, motherfucker. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck you, bitch. Get squished, motherfucker. Oh! God, the pleasure of just squishing that motherfucker. Oh, dude. Oh, you don't even know how good that felt, especially from last night. Oh, that was nice. Victory. Sweet, sweet, sweet victory. My new favorite genre tweet is people fucking on this one being quote tweeted. Oh. Hillary Clinton called Bernie Sanders sexist in a new book. I know the kind of things that he says about women. Oh my god. I know the kind of things he says about women. Oh my god, look at this reptilian. You barely qualify as a woman because you're more reptilian than human. So, with that logic alone... Disqualified. And then, of course... Oh my god, she looks like she is embracing him, dude. I shall embrace the Weinstein, yes. William Smith has a bit slap. This can wait till you want to hear some, that has no right to slap. Oh, Red Alert 2 music? Well, yeah, of course. I don't think I've heard this one, though. Oh, no, I have. Have I? It's in French. Fuck the French. Make that another Oski. Make it to a true red alert. Dude, this does slap. Oh my god. Man, YouTube started recommending me this guy named Stephen Hay. And this dude is, he does a lot of very funny videos, honestly. Actually, after this song, I'll have to pull up one of them. Translates to destroy everything that is in order. I bet it'll sound cooler if it was in Russian. The French are about to love. I guess Bernie would have gotten a pass if he only flew on a 6 traffickers plane 26 times. Oh, damn! Oof. Buckle your fucking seatbelts. The Epstein defenders have logged on. Oh, shit. Beware, everybody. I shall unleash my Epstein and Weinstein defenders, for I am Hillary. It's like, oh god, no. Like, please, God. Oh god, please, no! 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 Listen, this brings me back to being 9 and playing Red Alert 2 for the first time. This makes me feel like Hillary got in her reptilian mech suit and is literally, like, doing a coup right now or something. This is music that she'd be slapping to. While she enacts, you know, the real Red Alert that we all need to be afraid of. This sort of Skeletor one. Up yours, Spider-Man! We'll see who cancels who! The Skeletor is honestly a little better, because this one's just mainly a pick. But the Skeletor one, that one's just straight up like a full-on, like, magnifique edit. Up yours, Spider-Man! Oh, it's Natalie Wynn that posted that. But what she said, I keep seeing complaints that there's a new progressive pressure to be polyamorous. This is true. You've been scolded for not being poly. I have not. So I'm hearing poly people are sex vegans. Sex vegans. Fucking Natalie, dude. I love her sometimes. I have never heard of anyone scolding somebody, at least in the LGBT progressive whatever the fuck. I've never heard of that. I've heard about, like, hey, you know, there's people that want poly relationships, so normalizing that and having some acceptance to that, you know, and more understanding to poly relationships. I've heard of that, but not like, you need to have a poly relationship, bruh. It's actually like the new cool thing. It's hip. You know, what, you in just a single relationship, just one other person? Lame, cringe, beta, bruh. Like, I've never heard that. Ladies, is it normal for a lady to trim your nails and try to consume its flesh? Let me know, because I want a refund. A little hamster just, like, chomping down on, like, someone's hand. Oh, little baby fat hamster. Pimping is easy at the store. Shoplifters will be prostituted, no exceptions. Well, depending on, I guess, the location, region, and the owner of the shop, maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing. Oh, here. Okay, here, hold on. I found, like, my new little, like, YouTube skit comedian.
Professional agent Dad, welcome to Failure Management. Today we follow the last lesson into exploring psychological punishments that create strong and long-lasting emotional damage. Let's unfreeze the chicken. Good.
Unfreeze the chicken.
We're cooking the chicken for dinner, so make sure you take it out the freezer before I come back, okay? Okay, how long does it take?
Oh, I know this guy. Dude, this guy's fucking great.
Possible. Oh, probably 15 minutes or 5 days. Make sure
15 minutes or 5 days. So vague.
At the appointed time, come home 20 minutes early for some extra unfairness. Now come
extra unfairness.
Close your car door extra hard so he can hear.
Intense. Got him. You know what's fucked up? This is honestly like some of my childhood. I feel like my mom like got tutoring lessons as a, you know, to be a parent by some Asians or something, because this is very relatable to me.
Take extra loud footsteps so he can hear you walking through the house.
Extra loud steps.
This is the golden section left where most of the emotional damage will be delivered. It's a rock!
It's a rock!
It's not gonna work! It's not working!
He only put it in there for like 2 seconds. Just trying to fucking get this chicken on.
This next sound will cause nightmares for the next 3 to 5 years.
3 to 5 years?
Wow, you're home early. Emotional damage. Lesson 2.
Get the shit.
Instrument. In our culture lab, our social status depends on the use of skill we force our children to spend thousands of hours on. Some popular choices include piano, violin, guitar, or better, all of them.
All of them. I mean, for me it was trumpet, but yeah. See, this is also very relatable to me.
Steven,
but at least I enjoyed this.
Guitar lesson, okay? I already taught you some. What? Why would I want to learn the guitar? That takes like hundreds of hours that could be spent studying or making friends. I will now give you a tool to help you win every single argument using logical reasoning in a considerate and fair way. Repeat after me.
Because I said so.
Because I said so. Oh yeah, that totally nullifies all of my logical arguments and is totally reasonable. Of course I will. Get to watch your failure get emotional damage on the weekly. Months of hate,
on the weekly,
lessons, and losing friends all culminate to one big moment of maximum effect. The family dinner.
The family dinner.
We're having a family dinner. Come welcome your cousin. Huh? If you are a true subscriber of the Stephen He channel, you already know what's happening next.
Enjoyable conversation.
Steven, you should play some guitar for your cousins and your auntie lah. I told them you're very good, okay? But I don't really know how to play a song yet, so maybe next time. Oh look, he's just being humble. He's really good. One day I walked past the kitchen. I thought John Mayer was in the house. Oh, it's okay lah. Don't push me to play next time, okay? You don't feel like playing the guitar, you don't have to. Yes, he does.
I like how they're just wearing their hats so absurdly weirdly.
I said, maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. Can you get a refund on the lessons?
A refund on the lessons?
Is bad. F minus?
What key is that? F minus?
Emotional damage. Your family are also professional agents. They will join in on the roast. Very effective. Now with these techniques, you will soon be able to manage your failure like a pro. Thank you for subscribing to the Stephen He channel. See you in the next episode of Failure Management.
God, I love these. These are so fucking good. There's a bunch of them though. I just love the way he says emotional damage too. I feel like if I did it, it would actually unironically be kind of minorly racist, so I'm not going to, but I just love the way he says it. It's just fucking, it's just so fucking great. But honestly, like, even for me, that's very relatable. Like, yeah, I got the whole, like, you know, the whole music tutoring shit like that and all that, yada yada and shit. Where it's like, oh yeah, we're making sure that you got, you know, a little extra practice going, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. Dude, why you did them? You're gonna have to, like, maybe come back to me when I'm, like, done with this. I'm not quite liquidly encouraged yet. I'm not liquidly encouraged quite yet. Not sure what to say. Maybe I'm just like, wait, what? Oh, you two just kind of. Oh yeah. Here, so I think humans just aren't that for monogamy. In case of it working as the exception, not the norm. But the whole one person staying with one person for a lifetime. I've been with way more than one person, but only one at a time. I don't think it could be polite because it could just, yeah, I mean, well, I'm not sure. Well, yeah, I mean, I think, you know, I don't know. I mean, I think it just kind of depends on, like, you know, the person, I suppose, but, I mean, I've never been in a polyamorous relationship myself. I mean, only, you know, monogamous ones, so, I mean, I wouldn't know how I personally would, you know, feel about being in one, but, like, I don't have anything against them. I mean, honestly, I guess in a way I could see some benefit because, like, in a sense, like, I mean, in a polyamorous relationship, especially if everybody's all consenting, I mean, there's obviously some sense of, like, mutual love and, you know, kinship with, you know, amongst those people. And essentially, in a way, just want to express and share that with each other, and, you know, a lot. And I've seen that publicly, and as you know, as well, on top of, you know, a monogamous affection, and it's not really any different. It's just that there's more than two people involved. You know, like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if it works for people. You know, whichever way it works. Like, some people, like, at least when it comes to poly relationships, you want, like, a third person, or maybe, like, you know, like a 4-person relationship or something like that. You know, I wouldn't necessarily think, like, polyamorous relationship means, like, you know, going, like, Mormon status with it, you know what I mean? Where you have, like, one man and, like, 12 wives or some shit. You know? I mean, unless that's, you know, what the consenting poly relationship is, but I imagine Mormons doing it aren't really 100% poly consenting, you know. I imagine some women, you know, got problems with that. Because I imagine that's more of an arranged thing and not, like, you know, one based off of actual love. I'm poly in a relationship with my guitars. Same here. I am too. I know a poly girl who has girlfriends and a boyfriend. Well, yeah. I mean, hey, it works. I mean, evidently. I mean, obviously, like, I mean, you know, at the same time, like, I mean, I don't know, like, how, like, you know, 100% a poly relationship, you know, does totally work out, because I think it's probably just different depending on how the people do it, because, like, a poly relationship could probably be more of, like, a, quote, one-sided thing, where it's just kind of like, you know, hey, I'm with, like, a couple people, but those people are only with me, you know, not necessarily with my other partners, so to speak, or maybe there's, like, kind of a group thing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think it just kind of varies, like I said, you know, just depending on people and, you know, what they're okay with and, you know, what they prefer. I don't pretend to understand how it works because I never have done that. Yeah, same here. Like, I mean, I can only really extrapolate from what I've seen and what, you know, people have told me about it, you know, and, like, in their relationships and things like that, you know, so, I mean, I don't, you know, and honestly, you know, when it comes down to it, would I be fine with being in a poly relationship? I don't know. I mean, there's a sense where I definitely get attached to people, but I don't, you know, at least if it's in, like, a poly relationship sense, I don't know, would that still be the same thing as if, like, you know, I'm, you know, like, with somebody, or, like, recently no longer with someone but still feel a connection with, and they're with somebody else, and I'm getting jealous because of that shit? Like, I mean, you know, I don't know how that would play. You know, I don't know how my brain would think with that, you know, all in all, so because I haven't experienced it, I haven't explored that. But, so, at least for me, I guess I wouldn't necessarily mind being in a poly relationship just to explore it. You know, some breeds of wolves pair bond for life. Well, I know a lot of avians, like ducks and geese and other various birds, do the same. So, I mean, again, I think it just kind of depends on, like, what's the most, like, adaptatious and, like, most beneficial for, you know, the conditions, I suppose. Because for, like, a lot of different nomadic tribes, you know, for a lot of humans for a long time, it probably was more beneficial to be in a more polyamorous type of relationship versus, you know, more of a monogamous one, because not as many people to go around, so to speak. So kind of keeping a lot of people that you really, you know, hold dear close, even intimately, probably was in the better interest because, you don't know what may happen to them. One of them might break a leg, or one of them might, fucking get eaten by a pack of wolves, or, the other one might, be in a skirmish of another enemy warring tribe or some shit like that, or, fall off a cliff or whatever the fuck, So it's just like, having, close bonds with people, probably mattered, at least to an extent of, especially for like the proliferation of their own community, but also, to look out for each other too, to minimize the likelihood of, those scenarios happening. So I don't know. I think it just kind of varies depending on like, the scenarios and the adaptations that were necessary for a lot of different, groups of people, environmentally wise, and throughout human history. I mean, ducks could tell each other apart. Sound of quacking. Probably like how other animals do for the most part. Pheromones. I mean, it's like humans don't really have a strong connection to things like pheromones and shit like that, but a lot of other animals do. And that's usually how they can not just tell each other apart, but also know the difference and, and like communicate in a lot of ways too. I mean, humans communicate with pheromones as well. We just don't necessarily smell it. Well, bye, girls. That's kind of common in a punk scene. It consists of people who want to reject social norms. Oh, wait, what? It's not that uncommon. I was in a relationship with these lesbian girls who I became friends with, and it turned into something more, but it didn't really work out. But I did go out with one of them after. I love how we're talking about this this extensively when really none of us have a clue about any of this. I know, dude. Well, I mean, honestly, we're only kind of like, pondering about it, honestly. Like, I'm not, making any necessarily definitive claim. I mean, I'm just saying that, like, just considering humanity and the human condition, and obviously knowing contemporarily there were poly relationships, now, and there has been in the past, for whether cultural reasons or otherwise and shit. I mean, it just, in my mind, it's, I think, safe to say to extrapolate that, depending on different variables and, different regions of where humans were, congregating and lingering around and doing their thing. I mean, it was probably more in a better interest to be, in a polyamorous style type of relationship versus not. Again, I mean, it's more of just kind of speculating and just kind of pondering and just, discussing it. I mean, at least, for me, I'm more one to kind of figure it out and, understand it a little better, but, I mean, at the end of the day, obviously, I don't know what it really truly is like, when it comes to, like, how it all really kind of works out, but I think it's just because it does vary depending on, like, people's, I guess, relationship when it comes to the consent of how it works, so... But, yeah, like I said, I don't... yeah, we're all just kind of like, we're extensively discussing polygamy, but, just as a concept, but not really having a slightest clue about it. You think it's a social program that makes us feel weird about it? Probably. Because for such a long time, it would, it's standardized and normalized that it's supposed to be like a man and a woman. I mean, even to an extent, I mean, it says that in the Bible, but... There's also a sense of condoning polygamy, just not in a traditional sense like we think, because there's also slaves too in the Bible, and not all of them were just laborers. Like some of them were sexual concubines as well as other uses. So it's just like, does that not count? I mean, it's a lot more egregious and definitely a major power dynamic problem, but nonetheless, it's just like. I mean, it's just like, even in the whole man and woman thing with the Bibles, it's just like, even there, it's not totally monogamous, so, like, in a lot of ways, I'd say probably it's more of just, a more, at least in human history sense, a recent phenomena, and just because of how normalized and standardized it's been passed down for generation over generation, at least in, like, the modern... Western world when it comes to especially a religious sense, when it comes to religious culture from the West, it's just been normalized and just kind of the thing. That's just what it is, and no one's really challenge it outside of, you know, maybe, hey, I just legit want to be in love with multiple people or something. I guess when it comes to social norms, I could be considered more of a postmodernist. Yeah. I mean, to a degree, I kind of am, too. Gotta combine school shooters. So return to biblical marriage. Man, and however many women it takes for him to be happy. This is a joke. Well, yeah, I would hope so. That's pretty much just like what the incel, like, red pill manosphere thinking is about it. Like, oh my god, that is just like a cavalcade of nightmares. I'm not necessarily just talking about Andrew Tate either. I mean, there's a fuckload of these motherfuckers and shit. It's like, I mean, so many of them are just, honestly, just, like, sad as fuck. Like, it's, like, I don't think I've seen one that actually has, you know, potentially good advice when it comes to just, like, the whole, like, manosphere thing. Like, incel forums are depressing. I'm not necessarily just talking about incel forums. I'm just kind of talking about the manosphere in general, which is, like, the whole red pill, you know, MGTOW / and it's just like, it's all that, you know, it's just kind of a broad, you know, umbrella of all these different things that are just like, fuck feminists and women, you know, type of shit. And, you know, at least when it comes to it on a broad level, like, I don't think there's ever been times where they actually get good advice, you know, put out. It's always just like condescending shit or just projection where they're saying, oh, women do this, but yet they're literally doing what they're saying women do. So it's just like, wait, so are you a woman? I mean, it's just so fucking ridiculous. I have to get a dream job to wear that shit. Wait, what? Just become Mormon. But those magic underwear would get annoying fast. Yeah, it would. Yeah, I would not wear that. I have to get a new job to wear that shit. I don't even wear a shirt at work half the time. Like, wait, do you actually have to wear something like that for your job? Like, no. Like, even I would just be like, no, I'm sorry, no, you're not gonna, you couldn't pay me enough to do this, bro. Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll negotiate that, I suppose. But, I mean, hey, see, like, you're not gonna be making me wear Mormon underwear on the clock. It's still making me depressed and a little proud I was able to do the magical sex act that incels want so badly. I mean, because honestly, it's not impossible. And frankly, it's just like, it's something that they fucking overthink. Like, because honestly, humans and people in general overthink shit. They just do. And honestly, I think, you know, it's not necessarily just like these other variables, you know, that are at play, like mental health, loneliness, you know, there's a lot of legitimate, you know, things that, you know, make these problems worse, but a lot of it's just that, like, I mean, it's basically just them not being able to just, like, kind of come to terms of, like, hey, you know, it's, you know, something that is possible, and I just don't want to actually, you know, put forth like an actual like attempt to change something by my own self to do, you know, do something about it. I mean, because it's not, because if it's not possible, then yeah, I mean, it should be like there's something, you know, lacking here, or at least something that's off where, you know, yeah, maybe you're not getting a certain thing, but that doesn't mean there's like something wrong with society or anything else. I mean, it's just like you have to just basically, you know, like do what works best for you, but still be able to, you know, go forward and be like, hey, you know, like, this just how I am, and I'm just gonna throw my shit and flex my shit. Like, I mean, because if they just, you know, instead of, you know, having this sense of mass projection and, you know, and had, like, just a sense of, like, you know what, I'm just gonna go off the cuff and change a thing about myself, or, you know, just not really give a shit and quit overthinking it, then, you know, they would probably fare better. Because, you know, like, people just overthink shit, like I said. I mean, you know, because if they just, like, because, I mean, I know a lot of different people, not necessarily just when it comes to, like, things like sex and shit, that will hyper overthink the fuck out of various different things and shit. Like, actually, just before I clocked off for work, one of my coworkers was kind of hyper overthinking this dude who was kind of trying to be a cheapo a little bit with one of our pizzas, was asking if he can get, like, $1 or $2 off on it. And I'm just like, you know what, it's the end of the night, we're about to clock off, fuck it, I don't care. I'll give him that. But, I mean, my other coworker was kind of overthinking it and kind of, didn't really go off, but was like, kind of got very ornery and very, tense just because, like, this dude comes in all the time trying to, get shit for cheap, basically, and try to, like, skim, kind of, like, skim a little bit. And it's just like, yeah, I mean, him and, like, plenty of other people, so I don't really give that much of a shit, but it's like, I mean, it's just kind of, my coworker hyper overthinking shit and getting, like, a little too antsy and intense, over one little thing. Even though it's just like a simple, like, oh yeah, here you go, boop, put a sticker on it and just be done with it, just not give a fuck. And even the customer, too, that I was helping was overthinking the shit out of it, because he was like, hey, what's the deal with your other coworker, blah, blah, blah. It's like, he's got a problem with me? Is there a problem with any of this? Or blah, blah, blah. And I was just trying to usher him along, being like, all right, here, just, take your, little thing off, because, yeah, we're, it's whatever. Don't worry about it. I'm not worried about it. I wouldn't worry about it either, bro. I kept trying to tell him that, and he's still kind of wanted to try to bring it up, like, I don't know if he wanted me to try to talk shit to him, about him or whatever, but it's just like, I know they're around the corner, and plus, even then, I still wouldn't be doing that anyway. Because, I mean, I know how my coworkers are and shit, and just because one of them happens to, like, get a little outbursty or some shit, I'm not gonna give a fuck, like, whatever. Like, I mean, I will to an extent, depending on how bad it is, but just because, he says a little something, as he's walking by or some shit, it's like, whatever, I don't give a fuck. But to my point, it's just that people overthink shit. Instead of just, like, saying, whatever, just move along with it. It's like, yeah, oh, well, that happened, and just kind of go along with your kind of day and shit, and just, that one guy going to the bar sounds like her. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, and that's kind of the one thing that even I need to, like, learn for myself, is just not, like, hyper overthink shit to an extent. Just because, it's, like, if anything, it ends up being more of a foil for people more so than they think. Funny enough. like, I mean, they overthink shit, and they don't realize that overthinking actually, could potentially be kind of the foil of what, like, they're trying to deal with, in a sense. And that's kind of the thing with a lot of people who are incels and shit. I think they just really hyper overthink, at least in this case, about sex. And basically, it gets to such a point where it essentially just consumes a lot about, like, how they think and their, mindset. Like, where it is pretty much, like, the only thing they are thinking about. Like, where, if they're doing something in their day-to-day, to somehow or another, it revolves to the fact that they can't get laid, basically. And it's just like, I mean, like, at that point, it's like, yeah, you're just overthinking it. Like, I mean, it's like, maybe it's the fact that people do understand, like, your issues. It's just that you are overthinking your issues, and you need to, like, you legitimately have these outside, perspectives come in and help you out and uplift you. It's not a way to put them down. It's a way to try to uplift them, when it comes to that. But if, especially at least when it comes to the deep, TFG incel type of community shit, where they're just so venomous and shit, I mean, there's not much you can do when they have just such a, vitriolic, like, like, fuck you, how dare you think there's something about me, even if you do kind of couch it in a way where it's, like, constructive and trying to uplift them. Because, I mean, essentially, they're, so far down to a point where they essentially think that, unless I can get the exact, dream, fantasy idea of how I want, for life and shit, then I don't want it. And I don't want anything telling me otherwise, basically. And it's like, well, it's a reciprocal cycle, and you're basically just setting yourself up for failure to not, get what you want in the first place, having that mindset. If you want to get to that level, you have to work on the level 3s and, the 4s and shit like that. Where you have to, just work with what you got or whatever the hell. I mean, again, overthinking it. So I just kind of go with the flow, basically. So I'm thinking, what if I can't get with this girl? What if I have, sex with a girl and realize I'm gay? Did I say all that out loud? Well, honestly, it's like if an incel realizes they're gay, I mean, honestly, it should be easier for them to get laid at that point. Or if they're bi or some shit, because, like, gay and just queer folk in general tend to be just more promiscuous. So, I mean, I'm definitely pretty fucking promiscuous, honestly. So, I mean, it's just like, I mean, all in all, it really kind of is more easier at that point. Or at least, the idea should be it should be at least a little easier. Honestly, before I discovered I was bi, I thought I had the, oh god, what if I had sex with a girl and turn gay? So it does happen. I'll screw anything that gives me attention, to be honest. Well, I mean, hey, I mean, it's honestly a better mindset than being like, oh, nothing will ever fuck me. Whatever the fuck. So, because at least at that point, it's just like, hey, you gave me attention? Cool. What's up? How you doing? Like, I actually, have an interest because you have an interest in me. Like, at least at that point, it's not like this sense of self-defeatism. Because it's fine to not have, like, anything necessarily going on for yourself sexually and shit. Like, for me, there really isn't right now, but whatever, it's fine. Now, like, I mean, it's not a big deal to me at this point. Like, saying that if I was 19 or 20, I would have a very different opinion. I would probably have a little bit more of an incelish mindset about it, honestly. Like, legit. Because I did. There was literally a point in my life where I thought I was never going to get fucking laid. Quite literally. But yet, I did. And now it's a quite literal 180 flip. For me, I'm just chilling until I get back in the mood for relationships. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of how I am right now. I'm just kind of chilling until I know I'm in a better, situation to have a more long-term type of relationship when it comes to, like, being committed to somebody. You know what I mean? Like, messing around, having fun, friends with benefits, shit like that. Like, I'm definitely all down for that, but at least for having, like, a legit, like, actual committed relationship and shit, I know I'm not necessarily ready for it quite yet. So, until I know that type of, time is, more ready and, like, kind of better, permissibly stable, situation for that, then, I'll probably start, wanting to seek it more. But right now, I just know it's not necessarily the, best conditions, at least for me right now. But, especially over the last, like, couple of years, have definitely improved on that. Because I've kind of noticed myself every now and then kind of, like, getting in the mindset of, like, I wonder what it'd be like to be, in a relationship with this person, So it's just like, the mindset start, come across my mind every now and then. So it's just like, I mean, it pops up occasionally, I've noticed, more so than it hasn't lately. So, I've noticed that, I feel like I'm getting more of a somewhat decent, stable type of situation to where I can, be a little bit more active and, not necessarily be like, oh, well, why are you, still with your papa or this, that, or blah, 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 whatever the fuck. To me, my high focus on getting laid and ruined several friendships over it. I told my buddy hooked me up with someone who was kind of a slut to shut me up, Lamau. I mean, honestly, like, one of my friends was kind of like that. Only instead of hooking me with somebody, he basically just did it himself. So, I mean, it took a little bit, it took a while for it, to go all the way. But, he got me a lot more warmed up and comfortable with, the whole shebang, so. Which, honestly, that's just kind of what, people need. It's just like, somebody that, can just, you just give them a little love, I mean, whether it's a buddy or, like, a legit relationship, it doesn't really matter, honestly. I mean, at least when it comes to that, because, I mean, my first, lay or whatever the fuck, I mean, it wasn't, like, with, an intent of commitment or, like, long-term relationship or nothing. It was just, a, friends with benefits situation. That's what it was. So, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be like a sense of commitment or anything. Makes a point taking a shower every day does help. Yeah, that does, honestly. This guy stopped thinking about getting as some kind of fucking scientific theory. I mean, no, for real, though. I took a shower every day, worked out for an hour every day, and learned to socialize, they'd be fine. I mean, it's not even like they necessarily have to, like, work out, like, an hour every day, but just, like, getting out and about, like, seeing what's, like, around their town and shit. Even if, like, they're in, like, some small, sleepy little town, like, guarantee it, there's at least some shit around. I mean, it's like, see what's out there. Like, I mean, you're not going to know unless you actually take an initiative to do it. Like, maybe you're not necessarily going to find something on Google Maps. Maybe you actually have to get out and about and socialize with people and find, like, a little club or some shit. I mean, it's just like, in order to, like, find these type of things or, like, get into a hobby that, people are into in your little local community or some shit that you might be interested in, you actually have to, like, seek that out. Like, you actually have to kind of go out there and socialize with people. And obviously, especially if you're, like, a autistic, social, awkward fuck like I am, it's going to be more difficult, but, like, at least for me, it's just, like I always like to smoke weed every now and then, and that does help out when it comes to social interactions, at least for me, personally, because it kind of takes away some of the social anxiety edge. Like, it might still be there, but it's more manageable. And it's something that, melts away after a while, the longer I interact with somebody and, we're chill, So it's just like, whatever, if there's like a crutch, especially when it comes to social anxiety that, is at least a positive, outlet to be able to help you along with, interacting with people, then you can go ahead and use it. And I mentioned positive because if you're using a crutch that is like, yeah, let me have some meth or something, and that helps me socialize because I'm just a nonstop talker or some shit. Like, no, don't do that. Like, something positive, not negative. I mean, and honestly, it's just like if you get rejected by someone you actually want to ask out or something, okay. I mean, like, honestly, leave the ball in their court. Be like, hey, well, all right. No, if you still want to be friends, here's my number. And if you want, we can hang out sometime, and chit-chat and maybe get to know each other a little more, as friends, in the meantime. Just, like, even if that's the case, because you leave it in their court, and if they don't respond to you, they don't. And if they do, then, hey, at the very least, they're willing to be friends with you, and that that may or may not, end up being, something that, especially if you're looking to have a sexual relationship, might end up flourishing into. Or it might just end up, budding to, just be a close friendship, but, either way. It's like at least then you have, someone that you can socialize with, and thus opens the door to, interacting and meeting other people. And even if it isn't necessarily that one person that you are interested in, like, you can, maybe know their friends, and maybe one of their friends might be legitimately interested in you, So it's just like, you have to kind of like, take the strokes for what, they are, and just, go with the flow, and don't overthink it. Because, again, like, humans have a strong tendency to overanalyze and overthink shit. They just, like, we as a species, we just do this. Like, it's something I've noticed about ourselves as, when it comes to the human condition. So with that, it's just, like, you gotta, like, check yourself when you start overthinking and be like, all right, hey, maybe it's not like this, let's just go with the flow. And that's just, I think, especially, for me, it's something that I've learned to, kind of make a part of my general day-to-day life, going about doing my thing. Just kind of go with the flow and just kind of take the strokes for what they are. And just don't overthink it. Also, I want to stress this, if you have to get someone drunk for them to say yes, they probably aren't really into you. Yeah, and if that's the case, then you probably have a lot more ulterior, sinister motives, and that's honestly very, not just questionable, but kind of rapey. And maybe it necessarily isn't, because, you can get someone drunk and they can still be, like, cognizant and aware of things, and basically just liquid courage of, like, yeah, fuck it, I want to have sex because I'm drunk and lucid, yeah, like, maybe they're into that, and then next day they're like, oh, man, why did I have sex with that person? It's like, they're just gonna think that, but still, it's like, that's just, not a good idea. I wouldn't recommend meth. I know a guy who seems to function while doing it. Oh, yeah, well, I mean, it's possible. It's definitely possible to have functional drug users. People who drink coffee, like, every morning while they're at work or some shit is, technically a functional drug user, because caffeine's a drug. So, it does, vary when it comes to, the substance, obviously, but some people can handle hard shit and function. Like, I don't know how. I, would see myself not being able to function for shit if I had hit a meth while I'm at work. That would not happen. But, with weed, though, yeah. Or with caffeine, sure. I mean, there's only literally been one time because the store director before a new one literally didn't give a fuck and basically said, as long as you're not like physically intoxicated, you can go to work. And I did have a weird work experience being somewhat buzzed at work, and honestly, it was like I didn't like act any different than I normally would, but it was just kind of like knowing that I was buzzed, like there was this sense of like, this feels weird. I'm like intoxicated very, very minorly, but nonetheless, I'm working. It was weird, but because I never done that up until like basically the store director's like, yeah, that's fine. I never had a store director basically be like, yeah, if you had a beer or two and you're not like physically drunk, or at least don't physically show it, it's fine. I'm just like okay, yeah, we totally don't have like hot grease and sharp metal like slicers to cut meat and shit. Like, yeah, we definitely don't got those things around. I'm sure being slightly intoxicated and having that shit around is definitely a good combination. But okay, not that I don't trust my judgment about like how I'd work, because I was fine. But it's more saying about the store director's judgment, being like, I don't care if a worker is slightly intoxicated as long as you don't physically show it. It's like, what? I think there's a lot of departments where that is just a no buenos, but okay. Oh, man, I'm so glad we don't have that store director anymore. That guy was a motherfucker and a half. I had a buddy almost get caught with shrooms in school once. What did he do? Not get caught? He ate 12 grams of shrooms. Why? Dude, he ate all of it? Oh my god. We thought he was gonna die. Well, he wasn't gonna die, but he was tripping, wasn't he? Dude, that dude, he was tripping. Damn. That's a lot of shrooms, man. It also kind of reminds me of a time when I was in a freshman year in high school where some dork kid basically tried to pawn weed off me, basically so he could rat me out for having weed. Like, I knew what his game was. Like, he was like, hey, you want to hold on to this for me? And he had, like, stuffed in his, like, where his crotch region was, like, this, like, a quarter of weed or something. And I'm just like, no, I don't want that. And, of course, this fucking schmuck, after the class was over, went down, like, halfway to the end of the hall and essentially, basically, with a few of his buddies at one of the lockers, started smoking up something. Some of it. And I walked by and had, like, the most, like, woo! It was like some skunky skank. It smelled good, honestly, in hindsight. And honestly, in hindsight, I feel like such a snitch and a rat bastard. But of course, being the goody two-shoes in high school at the time, I was just like, I'm gonna report this. How dare these delinquents? And of course, I mentioned, like, yeah, they tried to pawn it off to me, too. And blah, blah, blah. And I wasn't gonna say anything because of that, but as soon as they started smoking in the hallway, I was like, you know what? Screw that. And honestly, like, in hindsight, I kind of wish I didn't, because, like, whatever. It's like, it's weed. But I was the goody two-shoes at the time, so of course I had to do my due diligence as a citizen. Man, I'd look at myself back then and just... It's like, get over yourself. How dare you report that kid, you fucking narc. Look at, like, 13-year-old me calling him a fucking narc and bullying him. Just bullying my younger self. Been a big stoner since middle school. Yeah, it wasn't until my 18th birthday when I first smoked weed, so it took a minute. Young Ignore would have said, up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. Oh my god. I hated weed in high school, but I hated the administrators and the cops way more. Wow, dude, you were more ACAB. Dude, I was ACAB, but, like, I wasn't, like, full ACAB yet. I was like, I don't like cops, but in a weird way, because honestly, I know why. It's because of, like, a lot of my parental upbringing. That's why. because my mom tried to make me the more, like, you know, traditional conservative, you know, goody two-shoes and shit. And, you know, and honestly, like, while we're, you know, tried, you know, at least in some ways rebelled against it, I still clinged on to it thinking, oh, it's the right thing or whatever the fuck. Again, I was naive and I was like a young-ass teenager, freshman year and shit. But I was avoided cops at all costs mentality. Yeah, I was that mentality. I was like, I don't want to interact with them. I don't really like them. They kind of intimidate me. I don't want to be near them. You know, it's like, that was at least my mentality. It wasn't really like, you know, these goddamn pigs. You know, whatever the fuck. I love the school administrators. I'm pretty sure the principal was a pedo. I'm pretty sure that one of our administrators at our high school was a pedophile as well. And honestly, my friend Logan, he actually knows a little bit more about the whole story about that guy more than I did. But he also, that same dude also called out one of my other friends, Metal T, for saying the N-word. Apparently, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm not gonna say his name just for doc's sake and shit like that, just for privacy's sake, despite the claim, you know, like, obviously, if it's a pedo, I don't really have a fuck, you know, given, but it's not, like, a full-on confirmed claim, it's just speculation, you know, but either way, like I said, might, you know, and he also claimed that, like I said, like, our friend Metal T said the N-word in Spanish class when he literally didn't. And also, if you think about it, like, the word black in Spanish is negro. So it's just like, I mean, what, did some, you know, kid basically think, you know, he said negro and fucking was, like, being actually racist or something in a Spanish class? It was just like, it was very fucking comical. And while my friend was being called out for that, that same dude that we're referencing here, the same administrator, was saying the N-word, not negro, but like the N-word, like that one, just like full on, like, you know, multiple times, you know, saying how it's not a good word to say, but yet said it like 3 or 4 times, you know, lecturing him. And it's just like, the word was not said. I guarantee you that word wasn't uttered in that school at all until that motherfucking administrator decided to lecture him that day. So it's just like, you know, but no, you know, he apparently did. You know, it's just like, it was fucking ridiculous. Like, the administrators at that, you know, at our high school were kind of fucking ridiculous. And the principal was just basically like stuffed suit and didn't really actually have like any real, like, legit authority or actual fucking, you know, care that much. Honestly, he was just kind of there. Like, he'll wander around and check out how the school was going, but he would just like, he reminds me of my old store director, actually. Like, our principal, like, he reminded me of Ted Wheeler Salas. Yeah, wow, weird. Ted Wheeler also, like, you know, my old store director also kind of it's a fucking mentality then. Because, like, that type of fucking mentality is just so common around here, where it's just like this neo-lib status quo, we're gonna look like we're doing something and virtue signal and pander that we are, but literally not do anything. And if anything, we'll do shit as long as we get our bonuses and get our cut out of the deal. Our store director is like that, Ted Wheeler's like that, old-ass principal's like that. I don't know if he's still the principal or not anymore, but either way. It's just like, he was kind of like that. Calling the principal and his VP Mario and Luigi because they were dead ringers for Mario. Luigi even had the Mario mustache. Oh my god. That's actually kind of fucking funny. I think I was like 12 and reject all religion and shit completely. Around that time I felt really frustrated and most people believe that shit, and somehow came across Amazing Atheist videos. Yeah, it was around like my late high school time and when I first discovered TJ and Amazing Atheist. I didn't really get into DP until like 2016-ish, about, you know, around that time, and didn't really get into them until basically they started splitting up. You know, so I was just like, oh, got in DP late. But yeah, I kind of discovered him around like my high school time and shit. I don't know if it was like maybe like freshman or sophomore, but it was somewhere around then. 2014, yeah, maybe not 2014. Well, maybe 2014. At like 2013, 14-ish, but didn't really start, you know, watching him totally until maybe like 2015. Like, I would check out his videos every now and then, maybe around like 2013 or 14, but I didn't really get into TJ until a little later. I know it was before Paul was on. Yeah. Funny enough, I got way more into Paul via DFF more so than from DP. And then I branched off from that, you know, into when he was when he does his ideologies and stuff. And I honestly, like, pretty happy I discovered his ideologies at the time, because he was doing them for, like, hours on end, you know, going hardcore into different philosophy. I remember, like, shortly after I found his ideologies, he did his, like, endgame philosophy discussions, talking about Derek Jensen and shit, so... It was like, oh man, man, the Tinderbox days and like those when he was in the garage and shit like that of ideology, like, those are the good days of ideology right there. Like a lot of my early, like in my favorite ideologies playlist that's public, a lot of the first ones that I saved are from that time. 2013 was when I was like 12. Yeah, I was in 2013. That was when I was like about 15-ish, maybe, give or take. I'm about to be 25 now, so about 14. Well, no, 16 actually, because 2022, 25, yeah, so it's about 15, 16. Just 31. In 3 more days, well, 2 to 3 more days, depending on how you look at it, I'll be 25, so. Yay, quarter century old. Woo! I'm 28, about to be 29. I'm also scared of being 30. Oh, don't be. I mean, like, I'm looking at 25 being like, yeah, quarter century old. Because honestly, thinking about it, like, if the last 25 years of my life went as long as it did, even though, like, time accelerates as it goes forward, the next 25 years is still a long fucking time. You know what I mean? Like, being 50 is still quite a long ways away. 32, you know, as well. Even though it's 5 years away, you know, for me now at this point. But, I mean, you know, nonetheless, it's still a pretty decent amount of time away. So, and there's kind of an assurance of, like, hey, my youth is still, I still got, you know, there's still a lot of time going on there. I don't expect to make it to 50. Oh, don't be a fucking no, don't be like that. Don't be a cynical defeatist with it. I didn't expect to make it to now. Okay, you know what? There's a part of me that feels that way too. But honestly, it's just like, I mean, come on now. I mean, I guess just because of, like, you know, just, I mean, you know what? I mean, honestly, like, I could feel you with that a little bit. I didn't have a cell phone growing up, and I couldn't take my brother's DS to school for some reason. Yay, conformity. So I was reading, that's how I busy myself. Yeah. Like, funny enough, I had a phone for middle school, but because of some weird Facebook shit that my, dad's sister, my aunt, fucking literally went psychopathic on for some reason, because I apparently, she thought I was, like, you know, being disrespectful to my mom in a community post or something, and I sent, you know, so she sent me a DM at the time, or, like, a direct, you know, whatever, like, she sent me a private message, you know, like, 2 paragraphs long, on how I should take down the post and how I'm being disrespectful, and I was explaining, like, I wasn't being disrespectful or nothing, and I just sent, you know, just one short little paragraph, how, like, yeah, I wasn't being disrespectful, and I wasn't, you know, whatever, that ain't the intent there, I just don't agree, or what, I don't even remember what it was about. Like, I just basically explained, like, I literally wasn't, and I don't really feel the need to take it down, and she basically literally went ape shit, told this whole fucking cockamamie story, how I sent her, like, this massive screed against her or some shit, and just, you know, spun this whole fake-ass, you know, insane psychobabble story, and my mom was just like, alright, no more, like, you know, cell phone and no more of that for you. So it wasn't until, like, fucking senior year until I got my, you know, cell phone again. So it was like, for like 3+ fucking years, it was like no internet, no, like, not even really that much computer time either, really. Like, that was very fucking rare. I mean, up until, like, you know, the last couple of years of high school and shit, where that got a lot more lucid and shit, but, like, my mom was, like, fucking a weird dominating freak about random shit. I think it's the reason why I'm especially pretty inartistic about a lot of my ideas, and especially idealistic about, you know, being rebellious against authority these days. I didn't have a phone until I started high school, but I did have an iPod Touch. I paid $20 a month to connect to the internet with limited data. Nice. Yeah, I had like a little iPod, at least for music, and I can steal the school's Wi-Fi, you know, to go online on the internet that way. So I had my outlets. Like, I was able to go online. It wasn't like I wasn't, you know, it's like I didn't have video games or anything like that. Like, I was able to make do with what I had. And then I didn't have a phone until high school either. I had to beg my dad to buy me a cheap phone that I can call and text. That was basically me in middle school. Just because, like, everybody was having, like, Blackberries and shit like that. And I was like, Mom, I want to be cool like everybody else. I want a phone. And she eventually, on 8th grade, did. And all I used it for was basically just, like, taking random pictures and, like, making weird little, like, videos just for myself. You know, whatever the fuck. And, you know, just random shit like that. I didn't even really use the internet on it. Like, you know what's weird? I think I still have that old ass phone, like, stored away somewhere. When I turned 14, I bought the cheapest phone at the Verizon store with drug sale money. Drug sale money! Oh my god, that's awesome. Still have it. Nice. Yeah, I know my shit is, you know, like, I know I still have my old phone somewhere. Basically no glass left on the screen. Damn. Yeah, I know my first phone was kind of like a little, like a brick in a way. Not like literally, but just in a sense of how, like, tough it was. So, I mean, all in all, I'm just like, damn. Like, I'm honestly surprised there isn't, like, any cracks or anything like that on it. Because at least last time I saw it, it still was, you know, outside of, like, some wear and tear on, like, the actual, like, surface of it, like the screen and everything else about it is still fine. What do you call a legal drug dealer? A pharmacist? Ba-dum-ps. I mean, it's true. I mean, that's what they are. It's just that certain pharmacists we don't like, so we're gonna criminalize them and basically make them drug dealers and thugs and gangsters instead. Mine still works, but half of the screen is just glowing blue because the screen mostly fell off. Damn. Here, I was gonna find someone too, but I'll just play a song in the meantime. It's conveniently called Drug Raid at 4 a.m. I think the maker was LG. I think my first phone was an LG as well. Like, Nokia and LG actually make some tough-ass phones, because I also had, like, a little LG touchscreen for the longest time, and I still have that one. But I don't know if it holds a charge anymore, and I hope it does, because I have pictures of Bandit when he was a kitten. I really now, especially, really want to save those. You know, so it's just like, I'm hoping that, like, it can still hold a charge, you know, and everything, because if so, that would actually be really fucking nice. So I can actually recover a lot of the, recover at least the photos and shit like that I want on there. Because there's other photos, like my first cat, Scooter, like, I have photos of him on there still. You know, so there's some stuff I want to get off that phone. And I know I have that somewhere lying around. The myth of the indestructible Nokia phone is true. Well, yeah. I mean, why do you... honestly, like... I mean, there's a lot of fucking, especially Middle East, there's a lot of Nokia phones out there and shit. And there's kind of a reason why they still have them around. Because those things are goddamn indestructible. Especially if you're in, like, a little war band or something like that. Fighting, you know, Al-Qaeda or being a part of them or whatever the fuck. I mean, you're probably going to want something that's practically indestructible. Bandits in Valhalla now, drinking, eating, fighting his fill. Yeah. I still swear to God, if I see a coyote, I'm still gonna shoot it. I don't care. I mean, I do, but I don't care it's legal or not. Like, I mean, there's this, like, I mean, if I see one around here, I don't think I would have enough legit control to just straight do that, honestly. I mean, maybe I wouldn't. Like, because honestly, I'd probably do it a little bit more, subtly, I guess. Something that isn't a gun, I guess. Just because then that'd be less attention and also a lot more of a covert option. All I know is that if you suddenly start seeing the coyote pelts being adorned onto me, you'll know that the deed was done. Poison, I would, but there's other animals that are potentially, you know, capable of eating that, you know, so it's just like, that's not a good idea. Bow and arrow. Like, if I can just get a crossbow. I can straight up order, I can get a crossbow at Sportsman's Warehouse, like, right now if I wanted to. Well, not right now, obviously, but, like, you know, tomorrow before I go to work, if I wanted to, I can straight up just, like, buy a crossbow with the money in my pocket and get one. Like, it wouldn't require anything for me to do it. Like, at Sportsman's, at least at the store that I'm at, like, the crossbows you can pick up and hold and check out and shit like that. Like, I mean, they don't have them behind, like, a gun counter. Like, the gun counter is, like, that's for the guns, you know, not for bows and crossbows. Like, you can hold those and check those out if you want one or not. Barely pull back or bide. Well, yeah, they're supposed to. Yeah, just weak, though. Well, yeah, they have, like, 100+ pounds of, drawback on it. Like, medieval crossbows had like over, like, depending on if it was like a siege crossbow or not, it might have like up to like 500 to 900 pounds of drawback on the string. Have you done it before? Nah. I love to, honestly. I like to hunt, but I haven't hunted myself. Because I would actually like to legally go out hunting at some point. Though, I guess when it comes to questionably legal, when it comes to coyotes, I mean, yeah, I'm definitely down with that. Then again, though, it's also nice to hear, though. Yeah. I mean, half the fun in hunting is sometimes just kind of checking out the wildlife. Personally, I don't like guns. You don't get to see the futile struggle in their eyes as you take the life from them. Depending on that depends on where you shoot. If you're sadistic like that, you can, you know, shoot their legs. Where we're only talking about non-human animals. Oh, well. I mean, I guess they're, you know, at least when it comes, yeah, well, yeah. I have a hunting license, but I don't want to kill humans because I really am a fag and corn to some conservatives I know. I mean, oh my god. I mean, don't let that stupid garbage get to you, frankly. Like, I mean, Sukov, chill out. Because honestly, at least for me, like, when I was grabbing my gun, like, like, if you're, like, I mean, if you happen to be in, like, you know, if you, like, in an area where, or, like, in a zone where you're around that shit, it's just, you're just gonna get weird, crazy, conservative chuckle fucks. Because when I was picking up my rifle, like, there was some dude who wanted a pistol that was just like, yeah, you know, I live in a very crime-ridden area, and you know what, I think we ought to have vigilantes, you know, take out some of these criminals and some of these, you know, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, and he was murmuring some shit, you know, after that a little bit. And the gun shop owner obviously was like, yeah, you know, just kind of like murmuring to himself, like, obviously kind of agreeing. And it's just like, oh god. And I'm sitting here like, yeah, this is part of the reason why I get a rifle. It's because you freak me out. Well, like, because I'm sitting here just like, yeah, I just want it, you know, just for, like, you know, potentially, like, marksman shooting and, you know, maybe doing like sport competition stuff. You know, I don't know, maybe like in the future, you know, get another rifle later down the line to hunt with and stuff, but at least get more acclimated with like the kick and stuff like that, and just have my own personal little, you know, fun rifle gun that I can upgrade and, you know, mess around with and stuff. Which is true. I mean, that's why I have my Vishka. I mean, it's because, like, at the end of the day, it's just my own, it's just meant to be my own personal gun that, you know, can personalize and have fun and tinker with and shit over time. And I already have in more ways than one. I mean, I'm looking at it now and it's got all sorts of shit, you know, totally different from what it initially had on it. So, I mean, it's just like, I know, there's nothing wrong with that, but I mean, you just got, like, such a strong, I mean, in this country, at least, such a strong, weird, freaky-ass culture about it, and so many of them now are just like, lock a low boys, Civil War II, let's boogie. I mean, when you got these motherfuckers, especially with such a far-right bent on the gun culture in this country, I mean, it's just like, I mean, it really is kind of a problem. Like, honestly, I don't necessarily think it's just the guns that are the problem. It's just the very far right bent of gun culture that surrounds it too. Because, you know, there was honestly a period of time where, like, strong encouragement of gun safety and training, and, you know, if you have a firearm, going to like a club, you know, to like be a part of like a hunting club or something like that. You know, like, even there was a point where the NRA was even, like, basically that was its existence, to basically be like, yeah, we're promoting education, firearm safety, and shit like that. Obviously, they're not anymore. They've been, you know, cancerified into this for-profit, you know, gun lobby now. But back in, like, the 50s, 60s, and 70s, they were a totally different thing. Like, there was a sense of culture about guns in this country where it's like, yeah, let's be safe with them, you know, maybe not every yokel motherfucker should own one, and, you know, people that do get them should be trained and taught, you know, how to responsibly have them, you know, and, you know, learn how to properly store them and yada yada, like the whole shebang. Like, that was, and that's honestly for a while there wasn't really that much sense for laws, because it was kind of just a culturally, you know, like, norm, you know, to be like, hey, if you have one, you have to be very smart and responsible and safe with it, or else, you know, you're kind of a yokel dumb fuck who probably shouldn't have one. You know, so there was just more, at least a cultural sense of, like, you know, kind of making sure that you're on the up and up about it. I mean, it wasn't, you know, like, a law-abiding thing. Like, there wasn't really anything stopping you from not, you know, getting gun training or some shit. Like, if you wanted to pick one up and just have it, you could do that then back in the day. But if you were someone who was an actual enthusiast about it, there was a very strong element of that culture that was encouraging of safety and responsibility and shit. And that needs to be the norm, like, regardless. And the fact that, you know, so much of that part of the gun culture is just practically gone now is just, like, I mean, I think it goes to show, and I don't think we have to explain how that's so fucking dangerous. Use AR-15 is lighter and more accurate than an AK. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Depends on the AK, too. Like, mine's actually fairly accurate. It just needs to be, sighted. That's it. Because, I actually have a late... Here, I'll just show it just because I have it out right now. Here, hold on. I have it in here, don't I? Ow. That kind of hurt. I do not. Where did I put it? Here? No? Yeah, where did I put that little guy? Huh. Where did my little laser bore thing go? Uh-oh. That's always a smart move to lose that little thing, but whatever. Anyway. But, at least the last time I was looking at it, like, this is sided up, so it's just that this front sight post needs to be lifted up, so it's actually more properly on there, but it just kind of depends on, like, the model and, like, you know, and how the barrel is and the ammunition as well. Like, there's some factors to it. But at least with how it is now, like, it is sided, But that post needs to be raised up a little bit, because where it is now, it's basically barely popping up from the rear side right now. So, but I am still waiting for the lower on this thing, and it still hasn't fucking shipped. It's like, like I want it here already, damn it, but it's like, nope. Because it would look so nice with it on there. The plum and the olive green. Oh, that would be in such a nice color. The only gun I have is a handgun, even though I think it should be made illegal on both. My own morale feels self-consistent because I'm a fucking hypocrite. Well, I'm kind of the opposite, I guess, like, because I'm not against gun ownership and shit like that. I'm just, you know, in favor of strict accessibility where you have to prove that you're capable of owning shit like that. Like, if you notice the fact that I did not have my finger on the trigger at all at that point, even though there's nothing loaded in it at all, like, that's just a basic norm that should be the case, you know, for example. Because, like, you know, that's basic firearm safety 101. Unless you are ready to shoot that thing, don't put your finger on the trigger at all until you're ready to shoot. Like, that's just a basic gun safety rule 101. You know, that's just one of them, at least. There's obviously a lot of other rules to it, but, I mean, that's just one. And obviously my safety lever was up, so even if I had my finger on the trigger, nothing would happen. Even though there is no ammo in it, nothing would still happen even if I did pull the trigger. You know, it's all basic, you know, gun safety type of shit. Which, again, should be taught. And honestly, the fact that I got that within a less than 24-hour period, yeah, even for me, it's way too easy. Like, even I should be able to at least have to go for a basic, you know, hands-on live training and a basic, you know, quiz or some shit to, you know, test my, you know, gun safety knowledge and actually show and prove that I have gun safety knowledge and responsibility of handling them. I don't really like handguns, not because they're the only guns that point at me and shot by, but also because they're statistically more dangerous. Yeah. And especially when it comes to accessibility, I personally would, you know, rather have handguns be more strict when it comes to the accessibility of them. I think you should go through more, you know, of a process, you know, to get that versus like a rifle or some shit. Because it's a lot harder to hide, you know, like my Vishka, for example, versus a 9mm, you know, pistol or something, you know. Like, because I can put it, even with what I'm wearing now, I can hide a handgun in my pants, and, you know, unless someone was really eyeballing, you know, what the shape of, you know, my protrusion was, they're not going to really know or realize that. Dude was too doped out to fix it. Yeah. I guess that's a case where, you know, someone not knowing gun safety and shit like that is actually a good thing. Or I guess, like, you know, gun handler, you know, handling and shit like that. Because especially if you're so doped out, your shit jams and you can't fucking, like, you know, unjam it. Like, yeah. I mean, honestly, depending on the jam, it is really hard to unjam a weapon, you know, but frankly, I mean, considering he was doped out, it probably was an easy fix, but he was just too stupid to realize that. Which, frankly, good thing, obviously. Fucking base, fuck golf courses. Ooh, well, yeah. Climate activists fill golf holes with cement after water ban exemption. Nice! Based. They should also, like, you know, get like shovels and like hose and fuck up their greens and like soft green and shit like that. Like, get shovels to get the sand and just like spread it around everywhere, like with the little sand pits that they have. Watch, like, you look down the barrel to check it, blam. You know, there's an actual video, if you look at gun fail compilations, there's a video of a dipshit with a shotgun who literally looked down the barrel of his fucking rifle, of his shotgun, you know, to see if it was jammed or not, and it discharged. And the fact that it was literally this close to literally blowing his entire face away. Like, his hat had a big hole in it and flew off his head, and he just went like this, like thinking, oh fuck, what did I do? Like an idiot. And then realized, well, my hat's pretty much got a fat hole in it on the bill of my hat. And it's like, yeah, because you literally look down the barrel like a dipshit. Like, it doesn't matter what the fuck is wrong with your rifle or your gun or whatever the hell's wrong with it. Never look down the barrel. If you want to see what's going on in the barrel, you look like, for example, for mine, you would pull the bolt back and look through like this. Like, you don't look down the barrel like a dipshit. It's like, It's because at that point, you're just asking for it, honestly. That's the one time I was glad to see cops to beat him within an inch of his life. And frankly, given your position, it was justified. The one time police brutality actually was merited. I was shot twice in Compton a couple years ago. My girlfriend screamed, "No, just shoot me," from behind the guy. And he turns, so I ran at him and he threw a gun at my head. He threw a gun at your head? Jesus. Someone grabbed the gun and de-escalated. Well, that's at least good. But damn. Yeah, honestly, especially in Portland, like, I mean, fuck, like, even if I was, like, just kind of casually strolling around, there is legit just some random chance that, depending on what area of Portland I'm in, there could just be a stray bullet, and I could just, like, eat it. Like, just straight up. It's like, okay, well, that's just nice. Curious how the cops actually literally don't do anything about it, though. And actually, I've noticed from a lot of these different cases, they tend to be repeat offenders, and it's like nothing seems to actually be done to stop the fact that these motherfuckers are literally being repeat offenders, especially when it comes to ownership of the gun thing. Which honestly makes me very, very exceptionally skeptical that, just law enforcement has all the, edict or, say when it comes to who may potentially have a permit or not, if, the new, gun measure goes through and shit. Because, like, I'm supposed to trust the fucking pigs that do fuck all anyway when it comes to these problems. Especially when a lot of far-right freaks, ally and are more aligned with them and are within their ranks and are most certainly going to be okay when they break the law and shit, but not anyone else. It's like, Misa not exactly comfortable with that. It's like, what, just the law and just the pigs? Like, oh, okay, yeah, that's a good idea. But that couldn't keep it in his... Wait, what? My dude was just a meth head. My dad had hired to redo my aunt's house. I gotta give credit before he broke in to steal stuff. He did good work to earn money, and we paid him. So he basically, he used his work. He was doing some legit, decent stuff. But I guess during one of his meth binges thought, oh, there's some good shit in there that can keep me feeling for this, while high on meth and shit. And, well, just ended up being a victim of it just because he probably, knew that was, an area or at least a house that had, valuables, and it was the most recent thing you could probably think of. It had to screw meth head man's wife. Oh my god, wow. And dad banged his wife. Oh, damn, dude. Just, wow. Damn, bro. That's some savage shit right there, honestly. This one's perfect right now. And this one. We actually tried self-defense tips. It's so shit. I might have to start subscribing to this guy. I keep getting this shit, too, and it's pretty funny.
God, you hear me? Excuse me, mom's gonna fire. Hey, did you hear what I said, bozo? I said... Hold on, is that... Ain't no way, Jay, is that you?
Honestly, yeah. Because if you think about it, especially with that survival training thing that he did, like, in order for you to, like, grab it with the bolt being open like that, you're basically still gonna get shot. That just stops the next bullet from being chambered. So if you do that, you're still shot. Like, you still got shot. Like, I mean, that's not exactly a defense tactic if you already got shot. That's to prevent you from getting shot twice. And, yeah, like, and you're not exactly going to be in a situation or in a mental state to exactly, try to wrestle the gun off when you literally have a fucking bullet through your gut. So, yeah. Because this is going to happen. You're just like, yeah, I thought that was going to work, but it didn't.
Well, boys, you know what time it is. Let's do it.
I like how that hat is just so comically just like, it's small and just like barely on his head. And it just falls off his head there.
I didn't know bad guys get guns too, right? I signed up for unarmed kills. That's what I'm saying, like, what? Wait, guys, we can still do this. If we just flank around, I'll send 2 shots this way, y'all go around and rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh! That's me, I get it. Hey, what you still punish that dude is such a badass, right? Like, that's who I want to be like. That's who I want to be like for real. Hey, man.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I was just about to say, wait, where's one of them, like, on the phone? It's just, but there we go. I was just about to say, wait, where's one of them being on the phone, just, like, either calling somebody or just texting or some shit? Unless you're being mugged, no one's going to come that close to you with a gun. People are going to be out of your reach. Yeah. And also, if someone's going to mug you, chances are they're not there to try to kill you. They just want your shit. Like, the gun there is for intimidation to make you comply. So, I mean, if anything, it's just better to probably just comply, and if they have their guard down, that's probably the only opportunity that you could, but unless you actually, like, got some skills to pay the bills, basically, or, like, some street smarts about it or some shit, I just want to be fucking with that. It's just better to just kind of comply and just be like, alright, yeah, just, here, here, have the money in my wallet, you fucking weirdo. I mean, does it suck? Yeah, but, I mean, you don't get hurt and you ain't dead. So there's that. I don't want to get risk get shot. Yeah. Short of being fucking Magneto, you aren't gonna stop a bullet from exiting a gun. Yeah, basically. Shitty 44 that we knew had jamming issues. Or the dude was bought an unloaded 22 pistol with him. That'd scare us, so we didn't know the gun wasn't loaded. The gun he tried to kill me was with my dad's shitty 44 that we knew had jamming issues. And it just happened to jam, Well, I mean, like I said, good shit. Got like $5 to $10 in my wallet usually. Yeah, I usually have no more than $50 in my wallet. Mainly because every now and then I might grab like, a little bit of weed or some shit like that. But but most of my money's usually in my fucking bank. And if my card gets stolen, I just unless they know the PIN, they ain't gonna fucking get anything out of it. So it's just like, well, cancel that card, get a new one. Alright, that sucks. Have you ever seen anyone fire a gun sideways? For videos and shit like that, yeah. But not like in real life. I've heard of a shell taking someone's ear off. That sounds like a little bit of bullshit, honestly. Like, it would probably burn. Like, the shell casing, obviously being just discharged is probably going to burn your fucking ear and hurt. But blowing it off or taking your ear off, yeah, nah. I doubt that. Not someone's ear, like some of their ear. I mean, maybe. Like, burning it to the point that it just, like, fucks it up. It deforms it a little bit, but I don't know what kind of handgun I got shot with. I was at a location at Punk Show and broke back into the place that show was, and dudes there probably weren't supposed to be there. Panic, pull a gun. Damn. Probably a 9 or a 22, if anything. My dad had shotgun shell fragments in his knee that hurt him all his life. Damn. Meanwhile, I'm just here, just like, Yeah, I've been shot with, like, rubber bullets and pepper bullets and shit like that. I've had actual guns aimed at me and stuff, but not, like, you know, shot at, like, quite literally with, like, bullets. I kind of want to keep that record going, but, you know, I mean, no one in America, who fucking knows these days? Could never be too sure, honestly. From he and his brother were 12 playing with Dad Shoddy. That's why kids shouldn't be fucking around with guns. Like, the only time that, like, you know, like, I think it would be okay for someone who's, like, 12 to be around a gun is if it was straight up, like, professional, supervised, you know, oversight and shit. At, like, you know, some training program or something. Beyond that, it's, like, maybe, like, you know, some sort of student license, you know, for hunting or some shit, where, like, your pappy takes you along or something like that, but you don't own a gun. Like, the ownership will be still under, you know, the poppy and all that shit, but, like, you know, it basically, at least as far as I'm concerned, it'd be strict as fuck, you know, with how that would work. And it would basically be only, you know, strictly authorized for, again, like, you know, like training ranges and shit like that that are specifically for training. You know, where, like, students who are, like, you know, in their teenage years or whatever, you know, can maybe get some training to, like, go hunt or do, you know, competition shooting like that. Like, I'm not inherently, like, against, you know, like, teenagers, you know, being around them. There just needs to be professional, adult, supervised oversight, you know, when it comes to that, like I'm saying. And then, again, with, like, the hunting thing, I get that, like, you know, you know, like, you know, a dad wants to, sit, you know, get their kid, you know, to go hunt with them, get their, you know, get a buck and shit like that. I get that, so, you know, I'd have something where it's, like, as long as there's, like, an authorized, like, supervision and, you know, addendum to their license, or it's like, you know, yeah, this hunting season I'm taking my child, and, you know, and their rifle or the weapon they will be using is under my name, and this is what it is, blah blah, and the accessibility to it is only for the trip, you know, and actually, like, you know, have, like, you know, a basic little process for it. But beyond that, like, you know, it's like, yeah, that's why they shouldn't be around them in the first place. So beyond that, gonna take his firstborn son hunting one day. I mean, if I have kids, but I'm not really thinking about having any. So, I mean, but if I did, yeah, if my kid was, like, you know, once he turns, like, 12, 13, 14, you know, around there, yeah, you know, maybe I might take him hunting sometime if I, you know, feel like, you know, it's, you know, he wants to do that, or, you know, it's something that they're curious about or interested in, but I'm willing to, like, force it on them or whatever. Well, if they want to, sure, yeah, I'll let them do it if, you know, at that point, you know, if they're, like, a teenager. But if they're, like, 8 years old, I'm gonna be like, you know, I'll tag you along, but you're not gonna, like, shoot anything. You're just gonna be with me, and I'm gonna, like, just, you know, tell you how, like, the whole process works, and you can see me do it. You know, you're not going to do anything, but you can at least watch me do it, you know, like that. Like, I'm okay with that, too. Like, you know, them watching and, you know, letting them learn, you know, like, you know, visually, and letting them see, like, you know, how, like, someone professionally and responsibly does it. Because, you know, especially if you're a child, like, you're an info sponge. So if you see someone being safe and responsible and, you know, doing it the right way, they're going to take that and absorb that, especially, you know, when it's in a very educational format. So, you know, like I said, I can see, you know, the merit to wanting to take the kid out, you know, hunting sometime and shit like that. I can get it, but I just think, you know, like, there needs to be at least a point, you know, where it's like they're observers, and, you know, like, when they're, like, you know, I don't know, like 13, 14, if they can at least show to themselves that they can be safe with it, then they can, you know, go along with it as well as a hunter too. But it has to be, again, under this very strict supervised thing, and they have to, like, basically, you know, like, fucking ace it with flying cards, you know, to even, you know, get that chance, like, you know, when it comes to, you know, like, testing for that. If you have a kid that, you know, isn't exactly, you know, got everything, you know, on lock yet, you know, so to speak, when it comes to handling, you know, firearms and shit, then no, I wouldn't necessarily trust that kid. I trust a kid that actually kind of gets it and passed the test and everything with flying colors. Yeah, okay, yeah, maybe the kid actually, you know, will be all right. You know, yeah, I'll be all right with letting that 14-year-old go hunting or some shit with their poppy. But, like, you know, if they are just like, oh, they got, like, a B, you know, like, 80 out of 100, it's like, alright, no, you're taking the test again until you get 100 out of 100. Like, you gotta pass that shit, like, with no fucking errors. At least as a child, especially. I can maybe get, like, oh, you know, didn't get this question or get this thing quite yet, you know, maybe as, like, an adult or something like that, but, you know, because at least then you could still be, you know, trained, at least kind of be trusted enough to be like, alright, look, you know, should be responsible enough, but you need to, you know, still go through, you know, like a, you know, training course, or at least have a club that has, like, a monthly or, like, a weekly, you know, training, you know, session or some shit, and at least, you know, for the first, like, couple months partake in that or something. You know, just some shit like that. I mean, again, like, fundamentally, the whole, like, culture around guns just seems to be reinstated as, like, the sense of, you know, being responsible, safe, and having, like, you know, a strong element of training and actually properly, you know, managing them and shit, instead of this, like, take my cold dead hands bullshit. Because, I mean, like I was saying earlier, like, there was a sense in this country for, you know, at least culturally to an extent, where it was like, you know, there was a sense of like, yeah, let's properly, you know how to handle these and not be stupid with them. But it's, you know, now that, like, that's all basically on the wayside and shit, outside of, like, you know, some, you know, a couple people here and there that is still kind of having that mentality. But for the most part, it's just like, take from my cold dead hands, you call me little bit, and bullshit. And it's like, man, it's like, get the fuck out of here. It's like, I mean, because at this point, you're pretty much just like, you know, blaring, you know, for the world to hear, to be like, yeah, I'm basically the number one person, I shouldn't have a gun, but yet, you know, I'm gonna have, like, all of them. Fuck you. It's like, ew, gross. Get out of here. That's George Carlin. I have to tell you, if you have a stupid kid, it should be tested before you take your kid shooting. But, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I like that, too. Wish historical events to stop happening around me. I just want life to be relatively stable for once. I mean, every point of human history is going to have, like, history happening around you. So, I mean, we're always going to be around that kind of, like, point in just human existence where history is happening around us. Can't exactly get away from that, unfortunately. I replied in all the worst ways. Dude, like, anyone who thinks this country's getting more communist by the day is just comical. I mean, honestly, at that point, like, at this rate, I mean, all you could do is just laugh shit like that off, because I do, like, I don't think my dad probably thinks that hardcore yet, but he goes over similar fucking, you know, views, where it's just like, this country's, you know, just getting more blah, 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 by the day, and, like, he literally thought, like, Obama was the Black Hitler. Like, I mean, so, you know, pretty much anything Democrat or liberal is just, like, the equivalent of fascism in his eyes or some weird shit. And I guarantee you probably has some very interesting views about the whole, you know, FBI search warrant shit that happened to Mar-a-Lago in that fucking compound. So, I haven't heard him. I know he probably does. But I can imagine him having some very colorful views about that. Take kid, leave him on streetcar and go back in a week. If he's still standing there, you got yourself a stupid fucking kid. George Carlin. Yeah, I mean, honestly. Because if, you know, at least for me, like, I mean, I would have enough of a mindset to be like, alright, I'm gonna probably, like, at least go somewhere to maybe I can find food. Because if you, like, let's say you're, like, a 10-year-old and you just kind of wander into, like, a diner or something like that, and you ask for some food, like, chances are you're probably going to get free food. Like, chances are as a kid. It's like, oh, random kid? Alright, where's their parents? Oh, they just kind of left me on the street for a little bit. I mean, they would probably, like, you know, like, call the authorities to be like, yo, there's just a random kid here, but you still get free food. But at that point, you at least, you know, at least for me, especially as a kid, I'd be taking some proactive measures to, at least at some point, I'd probably get hungry and go get food somewhere. Have you ever seen Maximum Overdrive? Long story short, or I guess short story long, because it was based on, it was essentially about machines turning against humanity, including guns. You think any group who would be, can you think of any group who'd be fucked? Oh yeah, dude. Take it from my cold dead hands. Just like half of their fucking guns, you know, just rise up against them. Wait, why is my gun, you know, forcing itself on me? Wait, what the fuck? It's like, yeah, oops. Maybe they should have kept the Second Amendment for just muskets, so they all had muskets. Because then at that point, it would have worked out for them. If I was a abandoned child to go to a restaurant, lie about being beaten and abused, and ask for free food. I mean, I guess you could say that you were neglected and just abandoned, and you'd still get free food. I mean, I guess that wouldn't necessarily be beaten, but I guess that technically would be abused. So, I guess there would be a half-truth to that. Gotta make a waterfall really quick. I'll be right back, but put a little bit of a tunage in the background. Here. Oh, I'll do this. E. Anyway, I'll be right back. Oh.
Yeah, we pulling it down, we gonna be laying them down. Yeah, man, we go to the local record store and they got our records again sitting out right real prominently on the shelf there. We go, great googly moogly. Yeah, man, we go to the college radio station. They say, baby, they've been waiting for us all day long. All day long. All day long. So we do a little interview, then we go down to the rock and roll club, man, and we do a sound check. You know, we be checking out all kind of sounds we be doing. We going hoo ha hee ha hoorah bro. Yeah. Yeah, man, and then the local band gets up on the stage and they begin to rage. They begin to rock and roll. They got the super soul going up through the beats. They start grabbing the tallywhackers and they say, baby, baby, what's on your mind? What do they really do? Like, it's like, baby, baby, what's on your mind? Man, and the place was packed. I mean, wall to wall. I mean, it was like wall to wall, ceiling to ceiling. You couldn't get another person in there with a crowbar. I mean, the club owner was out there with the crowbar, sticking more people in. Yeah, that's right, you know, and they couldn't get a razor blade between these people. They was all there waiting to see Mojo Nixon and Skip over do the rock and roll thing. And we said, baby, we have come to do the rock and roll thing. And then we started rocking. Yeah, we started popping. We started doing fornication nation. So man, after we be rocking for about an hour, 2 hours, encores out the door, crowbar, man, there's a psychotic reaction and everything. Me and Skid Row was about 2:30 Sunday morning. We gotta get paid. We gotta get paid. Now who's in charge of this place? We're looking around, we asked the doorman, the bartender, we asked them all, they said, you have to talk to the owner.
After documentary on Xbox and Holy Balls, the Sun screw up, announced the PS2 replaced the PC. They awakened the Microsoft beast from a deep slumber. Everyone drunk enough. I feel like, yeah, I'm getting there. I still got one more to go. And this says 6.5, not the usual 5 like the other ones I've been having lately. If you want my gun, you can pry it from my cold dead butthole. I'd be okay with that, honestly, for a lot of these weird far-right chuckle fucks, honestly. Especially the ones that are literally advocating for, like, Civil War shit. It's like, you literally are the people that I want, like, the FBI to literally to knock on your door and, like, take your gun safes, you know, one by one. Because if they really want to, like, do the whole fucking, like, you know, pry from my cold dead hands mentality, then, let's see it. Because they keep calling for it. They like, now more than ever, they're like, you know, don't go to work, you know. Like, when they first heard the news, they're like, don't go to work tomorrow. But all of them went to work. Outside of, I guess, one guy in Ohio. But, like, none of them, you know, decide to follow along with that shit and all this other nonsense. So it's like they keep advocating and calling for it. It's like, you know, when, you know, we're ready. You know, when's the call? And it's just like, you bitches are calling for it. Like, y'all are calling for it. You're just like waiting for some leader to fucking take charge in it. Because Trump's too much of a fucking retard to fucking, you know, figure that out for our own self. But yeah, y'all congregate around him like a bunch of fucking morons and shit. So it's like, yeah, you're all wondering why you're waiting for the call, because Trump ain't that fucking much of a dumb shit. Jan 6-2 Electric Boogaloo, yeah, like, I mean, yeah, that's gonna work out for him while the FBI is really cracking down on his ass to where he might unironically potentially get charged or shit. I mean, honestly, it's like, it would be the first time a president's actually been charged and may or may not go to jail for shit. And honestly, if that's the case, I'm happy and all for it, but, like, I hope it actually, you know, sets a precedent where, you know, that ends up being, you know, a sense where we can have accountability for presidents in the future. But I doubt it. All I got is Twisted Tea and a half bottle of Hypnotic. Yeah, at least something. 2/3 of the way into a 6-pack of Elysian Space Dust IPA. Oh, that's good shit, dude. Have a couple Twisted Teas for afterward and half a bottle of Jameson I brought back from Vegas. Nice. I love this song. We gotta figure out these wannabe Madonnas. Undercover cops. We're gonna take it back to Daddy's house and make them spank them. I like how he says that there's like these underage girls tagging along with him, and he's like, these wannabe bananas aren't these cops. We're gonna take them back to their daddy's house and let daddy, you know, spank them for being naughty, trying to, get us fucking catfish. Fuck you. I like how it takes the whole like, oh yeah, we have like underage like, you know, girls that follow us and shit as rock stars and shit. He's like, nope, not falling for that undercover cop bait. Like, I like that little like nod in there. It's actually kind of funny. Because at first, you know, he's saying it like underage wannabe Madonnas, you know, tagging along. It's like, no, they must be, we figured they're undercover cops, you know, we're trying to figure out these wannabe Madonnas. So we take it back to their daddy's house and let them do the spanking. It's like, damn. Little twist, and I love it. It's just like, yeah, I ain't playing with that fucking fire. Very expensive hotel. Jameson, that people that are only dumb enough to buy at 7 a.m. after partying out all night in Vegas. Damn. I mean, it is in Vegas. I mean, there's straight up like goddamn casinos in the fucking Vegas airport and shit. And honestly, like, I didn't even know that initially. And knowing that fact, I would never even use them. I would never play on them. And because they're literally there to just scalp money off of you, like purposefully. So that's just always nice. I was conceived in Vegas. Nice. I still want to go to Vegas myself. Because I like to go check out some of the shows and, you know, do some gambling out there. Not for slots, but for like poker, roulette, blackjack. I mean, I'd probably be a, you know, card fiend, honestly. Especially Texas Hold'em. Love that shit. If we were all able to fucking play Texas Hold'em, Never been to the airport there. We just drove up for my homie's birthday. Live like 4 hours away. Nice. Don't count cards. The mob will break your legs. No, they'll just kick you out and probably ban you. Also, like, I don't even really necessarily know what it means to really count the cards, you know, so I don't even really worry about that, because I don't think I would be breaking that rule anyway. Like, what is it, like, looking at the deck? Just like, I'm observing this deck very attentively. I mean, it's just like, to a degree, I feel like if you're just, like, kind of a math whiz a little bit, at least when it comes to cards and shit, I feel like, you know, by proxy, you probably would anyway. So it's like, how can you really account for it? Like, is someone just being blatant about it? Well, homie won like 300 playing blackjack at like 30 minutes, and then spent twice that at a strip club at a couple of hours later. Nice. Or at a strip club. See, that's why I kind of like card games like blackjack, Texas Hold'em, and shit like that. Just because, honestly, it's still obvious, like the house always wins is obviously the logic, but it's easier to win, those type of games versus slots, and even roulette to an extent. Even if you know the trick, to potentially at least get like a, 48% chance of, coin toss, essentially. Because if you go red, or black, or even, or odds, like, pretty much that essentially guarantees you have a 48% chance you're going to win something. Because obviously there's the green 0 and then the green double 0, so that counts for the other 2%. But for everything else, like, it pretty much guarantees you'll win a little something something. So if you put a lot in that shit, and maybe a little bit here and there on some numbers, that are especially bumping up the bet, with like an odd or even number, and you put a couple on some odd or even numbers, maybe like 1 or 2, legit, you can win a decent amount. Also, Vegas was my first time at a gay club because one of the homies that came was gay, and we didn't want him to be the only one not to get laid. He had a good time there, actually. Oh, hell yeah, man. I still need to find myself at a queer club. When I was in Iceland, there's this club called Kiki's Queer Bar. And honestly, knowing where it was at the time when I was there, I wish I went there. Because honestly, I bet like the queer clubs there are pretty dope. Because there's queer clubs in around here in Portland. And even then, I haven't really been to them. And I know I fucking vibe with them. Like, there's this kind of vegan bar called the Ketten Club that I've been to that has a lot of really badass karaoke and shit that I've been to. And, I mean, there's a lot of really cool bars like that anyway. There's an arcade bar called Ground Control that's in Portland that's fucking amazing. Nothing like that around here. Well, yeah, because unironically, that would probably get fucking firebombed. Like, it's Alabama. Like, that would unironically be firebombed, and the dude probably would just get away with it. Oh, we can't find a suspect. Oh, well, the camera footage was lost. The computer burnt down with it. That's what the cops would say, and they wouldn't give a shit. So yeah, even if it was there and it did exist, it'd get firebombed, and the dude would get away with it because it's fucking Alabama. Unless it was in Birmingham, that'd probably be the only place I could see that not getting, being gotten away with. Well, let me say there are good ones in Hollywood. I'd probably go with them sometime. I imagine San Francisco's probably got some pretty cool queer bars. This lesbian bar in Birmingham. See? Well, you know what? There you go. Validates my point. Birmingham would be the only place that couldn't be gotten away with because it's a little bit more progressive in comparison to the rest of Alabama. So that's a little bit more accepting. You can at least have that and be more safe. So, at least there's, something. There's actually like this steakhouse that's also a strip club called Acropolis that I've heard is talked very fondly of. That's actually not too far away from me. And I want to go to it, not for the strip club part, but just for the steak part, because I heard their steaks are fucking fire. Like, a lot of people that go there apparently aren't even going there for really the strip club part. They just go there for the restaurant part. I'm just like, alright. Get the fuck out, Alabama. He's trying to move up here with me, bro. Like, I'm like, honestly, because of, our new union contract and shit like that, I'm having a little bit more expendable income. I'm unironically gonna put, like, a little bit every now and then on the side to, like, give to him. Be like, here's your get the fuck out of Alabama fund investment. Here. So, like, get out quicker. Like, starting this paycheck, because we're getting $1 raise, I'm gonna probably put at least, like, like 20 or 40 bucks every paycheck, just to be like, here. Say, I'm gonna put this in your PayPal, get the fuck out of there quicker. Because you would have a time up here, honestly, especially with a lot of different bars that have, like, their own shit going on. Like, you would vibe with Ground Control, and, the Kenton Club too, especially with karaoke. Plus, the Kenton Club is actually vegan, so the guy likes some vegan food there too. Almost got me a lap dance when I fell asleep at the strip club and got a video illegally, and I just leaned back holding a cigarette, passed the fuck out. getting a lap dance while you're just like, just cigarette in the mouth, just like, well, just out. That's honestly fucking awesome. Once slapped a raw hot dog on my friend's face and he thought it was my wiener. He was so pissed. Oh my god. What the fuck, man? Oh my god, that's funny. I was dressed like a fucking pimp too. I wanted to make my social media PFP, but TOS. Aww. I'm sure you could edit it up a little bit to make it a little bit more permissible.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The time has come. Time has come to talk that little bit of Elvis inside of you. Talk to it. Call it up. Say, Elvis, heal me. Save me, Elvis. Make me be born again in the perfect Elvis.
I think his song is basically just like a...
You got that Elvis inside of you, and he's talking
It's just like...
says he wants you to sing.
just the worship of Elvis.
You gotta sing like the king.
Ignore, I'm gonna send you a link. I know it's a Facebook post, but you gotta see this. I don't think I'm gonna be able to see it. I think Facebook might make me try to log in. Oh. Facebook ain't gonna allow me to do that at all because it wants to make me log in. Oh. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it does or not. Blah. Yeah, I just added like a little bit of blurs. Just add like some like crazy ass looking rainbows or something. Just rainbow pizzazz. Oh, there it is. It's a thing that I have to watch. Okay. What is this? Yeah, it's literally making me try to log in. Phone or email and password. It's like, bitch. Fuck you, dude. Not you, Venom. Just fucking Facebook. Fuck you, Mark Zuckerberg. It's like you have to have an account and basically to view anything on Facebook. It's just fucking dumb. Boo. Yeah, like I said, I had a feeling it was gonna do that because I know how Facebook is with this stupid shit. It's like, Diaz Mio, man, what the fuck? It just can't, just show me, a little something. It's like, can't show me a little something. It's like, come on now. Boo. Voila.
How are you?
Pretty good.
How's work?
Pretty chill. It's a cool video, guys, using a new type of vape. Oh, some dudes looking at, doing some vape shit, some vape niche stuff. I mean, I don't really need videos. I got that guy over there to
He's
do
like,
that.
I have my roommate.
Yeah. Wait, what the fuck is this? Jordan Peterson doesn't know his cam's been on the whole time. Wait, what is this? Cannabis vape. I actually saw this really dope-ass vape that my coworker had that looks like a little tobacco pipe that you kind of press the top of it on. And it's like a little cannabis vape. It actually looked so fucking cool, and I honestly kind of want one. Here, I want to see what Jordan Peterson was saying when he thought he was not on camera. Because Jordan Peterson is a fucking psychopath.
He had no idea what the f he was even talking about and shit. But it's so
Oh shit, this is a DP clip.
Because now I've
DP
with right wingers so hard, and anytime they might like kind of cast a little bit down on me, I'm like, oh
DP
yeah,
is
well, I've
drunken
been in a
peasants.
documentary with Jordan Peterson. Have you?
Yeah.
And they can say
They're the first generation of DP with Ben, Scotty, and TJ, and then later on Paul is actually kind of better, honestly, in my opinion. But new DP is okay. I saw this episode. I haven't yet, so I actually don't know what Jordan Peterson said in this. Don't spoil it.
yeah, they're kind of
Yeah. I haven't been in a documentary with Jordan Peterson, but I'm on a court case.
I kind of want to get to the actual clip though.
Quite an impressive beat.
Oh my god!
is because
Let's look at
of
the
coma. I think it's because of the coma. He decided. That's a
Oh
great
god!
pause game right there.
I know, dude. This is a great picture of him being paused. He's like, it's like, oh god.
Nazi doctor, he does.
This is when he was streaming and he didn't realize it until the end. He streamed for like 5 minutes talking to his wife.
Wait, I missed this. Wait.
You gotta watch. Let it play, because he doesn't talk that much. Let it play till she walks in.
I'll talk about
Oh
that
my
after
god.
this. I want to see this shit. Let's go.
Let's go, yeah.
He doesn't really
Please.
talk much until his wife
He
walks
does,
in.
yeah.
Because he doesn't realize he's on camera for a long time.
He started streaming, I think, to look at himself in the camera, but he didn't realize that he started streaming.
Oh my fucking
And then
god.
the look
Oh my
on his face
God.
when he realizes it. I wish he would have done something like. It's kind of mundane, most of it. I wish he would have just started like banging his wife, or like he would have said like something crazy, or like who knows, like some crazy stuff.
Okay,
been awesome.
the thing we're missing is that hearing him say the hard R with his voice would actually be...
Honestly, Ben has been stepping it up a little bit. I feel like he's worked hard on getting funnier, so Billy doesn't have to carry the show when they don't have guests. Yeah. I feel like I just kind of noticed that a little bit just there, because, Ben actually was kind of being a little quippy with it. Because that's definitely one thing I remembered about, like, even, like, when it was just Ben and Billy for a while. Like, it was basically just Billy carrying any comedic value that the show had. And honestly, there was a point where it was so oversaturated where it got kind of stale. Not that, like, Billy's bad. Like, I like Billy the Fridge, but, like... I mean, I actually love Billy Fridge. Like, he's a really great music artist. I think he's really talented. Definitely a very comedic guy. But, like, it pretty much made Billy kind of be crutched into doing very similar jokes over and over again because of the material that they watch, which is very similar to, the same shit over and over again. So it's just like... it ended up being very reciprocal and oversaturated. But now that, I think over time, Ben's starting to realize even I myself have to kind of adapt outside of just like the main, dude that talks every now and then, but is kind of like the, brains of make sure everything's running and functioning and all that shit. It's just like, I mean, especially if you're like one of the main hosts, you gotta, put a little bit more than just that, obviously. I think that's where, also with DFF and DP now, I think that's where a lot of those creative differences, clashed and shit. At least, to some degree. But, I mean, I guess, better later than never, in a sense, when it comes to, adapting yourself. I stopped watching for a while when I got back into it more recently. Ben has been added a lot more. Yeah, I mean, honestly, just with this clip alone, and like I said, I can't even notice that Ben has honestly added a lot more and kind of being a little bit more charismatic with it, too, outside of just kind of being just kind of like an extra voice, in a sense. And he makes an atheist on as a guest. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there could be a possibility to where that could be a thing. I feel like I've heard rumor mill by like one of the the members of DFF where it's like, yeah, it's not out of the, rule book, to, maybe be a guest on there again, in a sense, as it stands now of the show. So, I don't know. Like, I could see it possibly being a thing, maybe. Especially TJ as it is now. I don't know if you saw it, but they had Gail Kortschuler on, and he did a great job. Wait, they actually had Gail on herself? Really? Wow. You know what? I'll actually have to check that out. Trumpster Bob's honestly hilarious. Yeah, that gem of a dude is honestly pretty funny. I like watching the clips out of that. And at the end of episode 1000, and even after he said that TJ Scotty, and even at that, he had said that TJ Scotty and Paul are welcome anytime. Yeah, and I vaguely remember hearing that, I think it was either Paul or TJ, one of those two, where they said that, yeah, they're, open to being a guest on there again, potentially. So I guess it's just whether or not one of them, jumps on the gun to reach out, basically. That's what it sounds like, and I guess because TJ don't got a Twitter no more, it's harder for Ben to reach out to him. TJ has said he's open to, so that's where I've been, kind of feeling like I've heard it. So TJ's been the one that said it. So, yeah. I think it's possible. And I think, honestly, I could kind of see, like, a reunion episode where, like, the old gang kind of gets back together, with Billy on there, too, just as, like, kind of like a major, like, super reunion guest episode. It's still, like, a guest episode, but it's kind of like a reunion episode, honestly. I saw Paul on a recent Ideology, and he still watches the show often and talks to Billy regularly. Yeah, like he's Paul's good friends with Billy the Fridge, so... honestly, it seems like it is a possibility. I think now, since, both shows have developed and evolved to be their own things and their own, intellectual properties, and, what all these, guys are doing now are just, they've branched off and now flowered on their own things, to the point where it's like whatever past sense, tension was there, who gives a fuck at this point? It's old news. Like, we've all, flourished doing our own things, so what's the point? What's the point of having, like, some sort of, grudge, because of, creative differences and shit? I don't think Scotty would go back on. I know where some allegations Scotty's wife made against Ben. Yeah, because I remember Lady Hopium did a stream back in the day interviewing a Taylor and I think Chelsea too, even talking about some things about Ben. And I was just kind of like, what the fuck? Like, even I was just like, really? They seemed to be kind of vague and not much more than Ben got famous quick and he was a bit of a creep. Yeah. I've seen Ben in real life because I was able to see Ben and Billy when I saw Jimmy Dore back in, like, 2019, funny enough. And, honestly, it's just, like, he didn't necessarily strike me as a creep, but he definitely, like, was a little bit more, I guess, standoffish in a sense, where he's, not as open to maybe interacting with people publicly in comparison to, like, Billy, for example. Because I saw Billy and, and it, like, my first thing, like, I saw Ben and Billy, and my first thing was like, oh, let me go see Billy first, because I have a feeling it would have been a lot more easier to, like, approach him, and it was, honestly. Like, and Ben was there too, and I also introduced and said what's up to him, but he was just kind of like, hey, what's up, man? That was pretty much it. Like, that was, like, basically all he ever said, to me. It was just like, hey, how's it going, man? Oh, you like the show? Cool. Thanks. And that was basically it. Like, it was very, like, not standoffish, just very, like, rudimentary, just like, oh, cool, a tangential fan from the show, and, that's pretty much about it. But Billy was actually a lot more interested in actually having a conversation, and him and I talked for, like, a minute or two. And then after that, I went on with my day, because I didn't necessarily want to, like, cling and, keep awkwardly just kind of, hanging around. So I was like, cool, it's cool meeting you, so... Hey, I'll check out your next show when it's live, and, hope you have a great one, man, and went along with my day, so, or I guess with my night at that point. Yummy Door. Yeah, it was before he went fucking stupid. It was back when he was actually still kind of based. back when Ben was in Anaheim recently, he was streaming. And I told him I was in the area, and he said, "Come by and say hi." But I was working, I couldn't make it. Damn. Yeah, I kind of wish that you know, like especially like TJ Paul, Scotty were all still kind of like in Bellevue and shit. Obviously, you know, just given the circumstance, that would never be the case, but. Because then it'd just be an off chance they would be a lot more likely to visit Portland and shit, and just be an off chance that I would see them, potentially. Kind of like how I saw Billy and Ben, because they live in Bellevue. And, you know, depending on what's, you know, what they, you know, decide to do, they, you know, because from what I understand, Ben and Billy actually do take trips every now and then to come down to Portland and have a weekend out here and shit like that, so... Even despite, you know, seeing them with that one rare occurrence, there's always a random offshoot chance to where I might, you know, see them again just because they happen to, you know, decide to come to Portland one night and, you know, kind of kick it and party out here. Which is honestly kind of cool. I wish I could get out of Bama faster. I'm able to put back like $40 due to bill increases. Yeah, and that's kind of why, you know, like I said, because I have a little bit of expendable income here and there and shit, outside of, you know, getting a couple things for myself, you know, at least for right now, but like I said, I'll put like 20 or 40 every now and then and shit, you know, like, in like every month, you know, what I've collected for those paychecks, you know, just PayPal ya. Because honestly, it's just like... I mean, especially with inflation and everything else, like, obviously you need every fucking penny you can get. And because, you know, with my situation, not necessarily needing as big of a, like, you know, financial, like, boost as it is, at least with my current lifestyle, it's like a little expendable income here and there to redistribute doesn't hurt necessarily. Especially if it's like 20 or 30 bucks, you know, like a paycheck, like each. Out of like the on average, you know, to 450 to 70 that I get every paycheck at this point, and it's gonna bump up a little more because of a dollar increase after this current paycheck that comes up with you know, our dollar increase at like August 9th every year. So I mean, it's just like I said, I mean, there's, you know, some more sense of, you know, expendable income coming my way to where, you know, I don't mind it legit, you know, bumping in a little bit to help you out, you know what I mean? You know, because it's, you know, it's like, obviously, at least for me, I can realistically see myself able to do that and also be able to still save up a little something for myself and all that type of shit. And also help a homie out. Oh shit, Venom gonna buy a hot rod and drive to Portland in style. He actually might get kind of like a, you know, like a working man's luxury car type of thing. Like a semi-luxury. Like a lower end type of luxury car and shit. He might get, you know, something like that from what I understand. And if that's the case, I mean, he can just like, you know, leave with a little bit of drip, you know, have a little bit of like some bougie flex and get the fuck out of Bama. I don't think the Avalon is a hot rod, but yeah. Yeah, the Avalon is not a hot rod. Like I said, it's kind of like the lower end in 1990s Lexus. Lower end, like, I mean, an Avalon, I don't know if you would count an Avalon as that as a full-size Toyota. Yeah, like the Toyota Avalon. Yeah, I don't know what year it is. Like, what was it, 2003 or some shit like that? I remember we looked it up because I wanted to see what it looked like. I remember it looking like a, you know, it honestly had a decently somewhat a 2007. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I remember 2007 Avalon. Yeah, it kind of has like a somewhat luxury look to it. And the interior definitely has like a luxury aesthetic. So, I don't know. I'd say that it has like a lower end, like working class-esque, you know, luxury car that isn't like, obviously like a bougie type of thing. But still has the aesthetics of being like kind of, you know, upper end and shit. Something that you'd see your grandma drive, honestly, with her retirement pensions or something, you know, or like, you know, your granddad after he retired, you know, from the factory after, you know, working there 30 years or something. Judas, a great cars that last forever and hold their value. Gonna have it repainted from bushy ass gold to green or red. Ooh, do like an emerald green or a nice like maroon red. Ooh, because you said green and red, like there was two colors that immediately stood out that I think personally is a really good car color. It's like emerald green or like a maroon red. Like those are really good car colors. Because, like, honestly, I've noticed, but I don't know why, but, like, a lot of the cars that my mom or dad have owned have been emerald green, and honestly, it really is a nice color. I think it really actually is, like, a nice little, car color. Like I said, like a maroon red, a navy blue, like a cloud cream, like a cloud creamy gray, something like that. Damn, red will get you pulled over all the time if you drive fast. Well, I think it depends on the specific color of red. If you have like a bright red, very much so, yes. But if you have like a very dark emerald red color, or like, you know, some other more like natural earthy type of color red, then probably not as likely. My Sid has a bit of speed demon trips take like half the time because he speeds everywhere and he doesn't get tickets because he knows all the local deputies. Well, of course. I know all the pigs, so, you know, like hog on hog affiliation right there, brother. Able to get away with a lot of shit. I mean, the cops around here will use their sirens and their fucking lights to basically, you know, run red lights and shit like that and run stop signs. So, I mean, there's not much, you know, uniqueness from hog on hog affiliation with that. Hog on hog affiliation, yeah, that's what it is. It's, I mean, yeah. Being ex-cop helps too. So just like Mega Hog on hog affiliation. Oh god, that's even worse. Yeah, I'm a hog. I believe everything you think, brother, and also I used to be one of you, brother. It's like, damn, twofer. Ugh. I like how we didn't even bother looking at this Jordan Peterson thing at all yet. Just hella stun locked. Slob on hog zom. That get no charge. Yep, basically. And also, look about as white as me or whiter. That also helps too, probably. Or red like a lobster because you're sunburnt as a white fuck. So, I mean, you know, one of the two, I guess. At least up here, they're being red from being burnt, you know, from the sun isn't really as big of a thing. But in the South, especially in places like Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, shit like that, I imagine it's probably more of a common occurrence. So, at least have to have the, like, the caveat for that a little bit. Where you got, like, some lobster back hogs. But, unironically, there was a couple cops a few years back who got fired for exchanging sexual favors to get out tickets. That just sounds normal. They sound like they, you know, got caught by probably fucking with the wrong woman. Honestly, like there's probably a lady, you know, who was like a lawyer or like, you know, worked in, you know, a high up position in a company or something like that. But that still happens. They got caught. Of course, yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I guarantee it. Like, honestly, I bet if you go in the rural areas in Clackamas County with the Clackamas sheriffs, I guarantee you they probably do shit like that every now and then. Same thing in the Portland Police Bureau. I guarantee you they do shit like that too. Like, the difference is that shit is caught, and, you know, the ones that, you know, don't get caught know how to get away with it. So, it's just like, all in all, I mean, it's just whether or not you're stupid enough to get caught, or, you know, when it comes to that shit. Like, as far as I'm concerned, that, you know, if they know that they might be able to get away with that, that's like standard procedure to a hog. Undercover every FBI agent. Dude, maybe, yeah. I mean, like I said, I mean, it could have been any type of position to where it's like, hey, this is the wrong woman you fucked with. She ain't, you know, some typical, like, underling pleb. She ain't, like, you know, some serf. You know, she's actually, you know, somewhat important. She's important in our status quo. You can't go after her. She actually has wealth. It's like, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much just what happened. It's like the cops are too stupid and were caught because they went after the wrong bitch, basically. Best hog encounter is when undercover hogs arrest undercover hogs for selling drugs. Oh, I remember that. That was a recent thing too, wasn't it? Because weren't they trying to capture, like, some drug dealer and they basically, like, fucked each other's bust? Because both of them basically tried to capture this one fucking dude. Or, like, you know, this one, like, little drug bust and shit. But they fucked it up, like, equally by trying to both go in there at once. Without communicating to each other that they were both trying to get the same dudes. It's like, oh my god. I know in Suzerain, there's like a something that happens like that as like a little thing that you do to, you know, dictate how things play out in that game. Because like the military and the police basically are trying to investigate political dissidents and shit like that, and you can dictate, you know, like whether they both have to communicate with each other, or like, you know, one has the authority or the other has the authority, or neither of them have the authority. You know, it's just like, I mean, there's... it just reminds me of that. It's like, oh my god, what a bunch of fucking chuckle fucks. Hog-on-hog violence is acceptable. Yeah, it is. I honestly do think it is, which is why I'm okay with, like, the FBI getting these, like, gun safes from these fucking crazy psychos, you know, calling for civil war and shit like that. And especially when they're all like, oh, hey, you know, it's like they're coming after us, this is tyranny. It's like, you know what, like, especially for your ilk, good. Like, it can't come sooner enough for you fucks. Especially with how much you're fucking crowing for war. It's like, goddamn, it's like... It's like, when are you gonna do it then, bitch? These fucking pussies. Because, like, I'm sitting here and just like, you really want to try it? Because I know a bunch of you motherfuckers live around here, and so it's just like, come on, like, really, like, get on with it, you fucking sad bunch of coward pussies. Like, you all crow about it day in, day fucking out. But don't do a lick of a thing. You're just all like, we're waiting for a call, baby. It's like, for fuck's sake. Just do it already, so like 90% of you can just get like arrested or whatever the fuck else. You know, yeah. It's just like, because at this point, I mean, it's pretty much just like waiting for them to start going the full uncivil, you know, route and basically denouncing any law and order, despite their fucking crowing and loving of it, and, you know, worshipping of the fucking law and order that they would be fighting back against, funny enough, when they decided to think this is a good idea. Because they already do think it is. I did a capitalist run at Suzerain the other day. I feel disgusting making people pay for school Medicare. Ew. I like, even in a game format, like, sometimes I might do things like that for the memes, but I don't necessarily feel proud of myself, even though it's a video game. Bitch. Burn, motherfucker. Yeah. Asshole. I'm also sure that game is biased towards capitalists because all the best income options are on that side. Well, yeah. But there probably is a little bit. Still a fun game, though. I play it every now and then still. I did a playthrough where I went, like, full hardcore instead of more pragmatist version of the gameplay that I did on stream and shit, even though I wasn't really showing it. And, yeah, that ended up not being as great as I thought it was. I mean, well, not necessarily because of the choices, but because I think, you know, of what you're saying. Because there is actually legitimately somewhat of a bias towards, like, more capitalistic approach. Like, even if you are far lefty, honestly, I think it's by design of the game, though, honestly. Because, like, you have a neoliberal, you know, government, and even if you play as a far lefty or, like, even the communist style, like, game through as a leader, like, if you go full out, like, the system just crushes you. So it's just like, in a sense, it basically shows, like, how, I mean, in a way, the game is basically saying, it's like, how much can you try to push this, but, you know, do so pragmatically. And at least, you know, with the gameplay that I did on stream, especially for the first, that being the first game, I mean, The only thing that stopped us was literally one vote from the Supreme Court in that game. And if it wasn't for that, it would have, been a different outcome potentially, because it would have been a contested thing and some other shit would have happened instead. And I would have to, carefully, decide my choices there. So, I mean, there's all, so either way, you should do a stream. But yeah, honestly, I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I might do that. Honestly, now you think about it, because I mean, we don't necessarily have to like see the screen or what's going on the game. It's just like a text interactive type of game where you make choices based on what you read. So, I mean, it's not like you're missing anything, because you're not seeing the gameplay itself. So, all in all, yeah. I mean, I'll probably do that again. Because it definitely would be better than me playing, like, Kenshi or something like that while I'm doing this. Because it's definitely better to look at what I'm doing if I'm playing Kenshi or something like that. Which, honestly, speaking of which, in that game, I basically got my little camp into a fucking full-on, like, village. It's just about actually getting enough farms and enough people to maintain those farms to get, like, a more sustainable source for food. And then after that, my base is pretty much, like, all self-sustaining at that point. Got a next way to make income by making some beer and rum. So at that point, it's just about, like, how do I make a more sustainable way of making some food? So once I get that going, it's pretty much, like, get my shit built up enough to where I can actually, start, doing the whole slave liberation and John Brown slave abolition mentality that I want to do in the game. So, honestly, the base building in Kenshi is so fucking fun. Like, I mean, just that mechanic in the game itself is, I'm just enjoying that. Let alone just, like, the lore and everything else around the game. Like, for a little indie game, Kenshi is, like, I mean, for the first little bit, I was growing to hate it. But once I actually got the hang of it, I loved it immediately. Like, I mean, it's one of those games where it doesn't hold your hand, but if you, like, look at the community guides on YouTube and shit like that, and all that type of stuff, I mean, honestly, the game does legit become easier. Because what I did was, like, because of how hard the game, especially if you don't know what you're doing, can be, I just, like, looked at some guides, or, like, some beginner's guides and shit like that, including from base building and, like, how to, get your toughness, defense, and attack up and shit like that. And once I figured that out, I was able to be like, alright, and get my next character to survive long enough to where it's like, alright, now I want to learn how to, get a base going. So I looked up some basic beginner guides of that, and that's how I started my base. And honestly, for, like, a legit long-term, like, first character of Kenshi, it's like, I'm honestly surprised my character has lasted the longest has, and had such a successful base so far. And it's just like, fuck yeah. It actually kind of feels nice. The game, while tough and does not necessarily, like, hold your hand, so to speak, it will reward you. And that's what I love about it. Because even building up my base comes with long struggles. The last time I sent a caravan out to get supplies and some extra recruits and shit, it was a bandit wave after bandit wave after bandit wave, and and the people that I did leave in my town nearly fucking died. They didn't, but it's like they came very close to it. And luckily nothing was, taken from the raids and shit. Like, I was able to hold the line long enough for my caravan to come back. But the multitasking and the micromanaging from, like, going back to my camp and then making sure that my caravan wasn't, like, getting bandits themselves or some wildlife that is going to fuck them up or some shit. That moment of base building, in that arc, oh, God, it was hell. Like, the micromanager, like, every 30 seconds going back and forth and waiting for the loading screen to load everything up properly. Oh my fucking God, that was hell. But now at this point, I just need to get more recruits, just like I said, to make more sustainable way to get food going. Because I got a way to get food going. It's just, I need some more recruits and more people in my overall party, so I can actually have them be more specified to the jobs to like make the bread and like make, you know, go to the cooking stove and make food there, and just kind of make sure there's a replenishing supply and shit like that. Because I have people doing like 4 jobs at once right now, and it's like, this isn't working. I need like 10 more people. But yeah, but for like an indie game, Kenshi is like really fucking great. It's a fun game. How many people you can control? 250. At least from what I can see, I think it's 30. At least for the vanilla base game. Which, if that's the case, I'm going to see if there's a mod that I can do that can increase that. At least by like 70. Like, I don't need a lot, just enough to where I can actually have like a full-on self-sustaining town, basically. Which I don't know, like between 40 to 60 would probably actually legit be a more realistic number in my head for like the size that I have my town, at least so far. But either way, like I said, Kenshi's great. But we've been like beyond Stunlocked to like beyond hell. We still haven't even seen this Jordan Peterson thing. I actually do want to see it because I'm looking at him just looking like that, like the gem that he is. And it's just so beautiful. Take a benzo and clean your room, Lamau. You know what? You know, fine. You got me convinced to check this first.
Woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Take a benzo and clean your room, you muppet baby bitch.
Oh my god. Okay, you know what? God damn it. Okay, we gotta replay this.
Yours woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Take a benzo and clean your room, you muppet baby bitch.
You muppet baby bitch. Oh my god, yes. I love it. Oh my god, I love it. Take a benzo and clean your own room, you muppet baby bitch. Oh my god, I love it. Oh goddamn. I feel like that's a great way to just like bring us back. Just to bring us back into this.
It would actually be incredibly comedic to hear that.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, it just sounds
I just want the clip. No, oh fuck.
To hear that.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
Which is
Here we go.
what it is. But
I just want to see. This is just so fascinating to me. That
Right?
the idea that even a figure as powerful as him can look at the like start record button and not notice the red light. Whatever software he's using, it's like he's mean mugging himself in the camera flash.
Oh my god, he just honestly isn't paying attention.
What happened? Was this recent?
Like, he has like different he has at least like 2 or 3 different screens. And he's just looking at it, like, he just doesn't, like, does he not know? Like, you would think that you would see on one screen, you would have the tab that shows that you might be doing this or not.
Yeah.
A couple years. Okay. But yeah, I didn't hear about this. Damn.
Wait, this is a couple years ago? Aww. Man, I was hoping this was recent, but oh well.
I'm happy that he's acting like way more far right, because he's pretty openly fascist now. I mean, the stuff he said about trans people is essentially genocidal.
Yeah, it literally is.
In nature. But this
guy is such like a moral crusadist Puritan that he basically thinks it's okay to basically, you know, like indoctrinate yourself to Christo-fascism because, like, you know, even if it doesn't necessarily be real, it's, you know, it's what keeps, you know, the order in, you know, the modern society and like the social west or whatever the fuck. So, you know, it's better to hedge your bets with that versus not, because, oh, the chaos of, you know, everything against that, you know, will just destroy the modern Western man and blah, whatever the weird chuckle-fuckle nonsense that he has to fucking spew next, you know, for this fucking day. So, I mean, all in all, it's just like, it really is, like, either borderline or just really is straight up, like, fascistic fucking talking point shit. I mean, just, especially nowadays, which makes me feel kind of vindicated, especially early on. I was like, you know, there's people like back in 2018, 17, around that time, where they were like, yeah, some of his stuff is kind of like white nationalistic in his rhetoric and blah, blah, blah. And people were given the benefit of the doubt, being like, nah, not really. Like, yeah, he might be a gateway to stuff like that, but he isn't himself. Like, you know, there's people that, you know, look at that and don't think that shit, blah, 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 blah. But at this point, like, to even make that defense, you'd be a fucking, just a naive idiot. Because, like, so much of his shit is just in defense of this, like, white modern Euro fucking Christo traditionalistic, you know, mindset and shit, and thinks he's literally like the front lines, like machine gunner holding the line of like the woke postmodernist red wave, you know, coming against, you know, the fucking, you know, order, you know, of, you know, the modern Western man or whatever the fuck, or some shit.
Like a pipeline entry point.
Remember the day he said, up
right,
yours, welcome on the list? I wish. I mean, I hope, honestly, I guess I should say.
Right to listen to him and think, like, you know, if you were agreeing with the stuff that he says now, I think you're already almost as far over as you would be, like, going all the way down that pipeline. You know what I mean?
True.
No, I put some of the money on that, yeah.
I'm just glad that one of our buddies that I have, Logan, isn't really falling for his shit anymore. Mainly because that he basically went on a pro-fossil fuel, anti-climate change screed that even he was like, man, what the fuck, bro? That's not cool, man, because, yeah, that shit is real. Like, I mean, blah, 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 blah. Like, even for, you know, like, my more centrist-ish friends, you know, kind of falling for the Jordan Peterson shtick a little bit. You know, like, even that, he was just like, nah. So, yeah. No, yeah, he's the same dude. Yeah, and honestly, it's just like, he was kind of falling down the JP path a little bit, but, you know, like I said, the whole climate change, like the anti-climate change screed that Jordan Peterson went on, basically turned him off to him, which is good, but, I mean, it just kind of shows that, like, I mean, if you're honestly that far down enough to where you can, overlook that type of shit, then yeah, you would be TFG a little bit. Because it's just like, he's such a, like, I mean, so much of what he espouses now, just, yeah, I mean, like Fox said, is straight up kind of fascistic. Like, it isn't hyperbolic to say that, like, so many elements of the far right, and, you know, whether they're Jordan Peterson or, like, the GOP now, or, like, you know, for DeSantis, Trump, or whoever the fuck, are either fascistic or even the boogly scare word, Naziistic. It's just like, honestly, it's just like, there's a lot of elements about both of those fucking ideologies and shit, which really, frankly, both of them just go hand in hand anyway, that, yeah, are kind of back and alive and well, and feel emboldened to, you know, be pushing themselves back up in more in the mainstream sphere and shit. So it's like, I mean, to say that, you know, Jordan Peterson is fascistic, or at least, like, fascist with a lot of his fucking talking points of what he spews and shit, yeah, it's just fucking accurate. Same thing with a lot of these type of people, honestly. Because it's, I mean, considering how emboldened they feel with a lot of their fucking ideas concurrently, I mean, it makes sense for them to just be a lot more mask off with it. And Jordan Peterson always kind of was, frankly. I mean, he was just a lot more wishy-washy and fucking flip-floppy like a fish out of water about it, you know, a couple years ago before he decided to go get in a coma in fucking Russia for some dumb fuck reason. Like, that's how you cure benzo addiction. Like there ain't no, like, actual proper, you know, medically safe and actually, like, you know, sanctioned, you know, means of, you know, curing a benzo's addiction. Now, let's go with the more scrupulous, fucking questionable method of fucking literally putting yourself in a medically induced coma. Like, that's gonna fucking work, besides rot your goddamn brain.
Older lectures of his that are online that have nothing to do with political stuff or, like, trans issues, and he sounded like he has reasonable ideas in his head in some
I think
places.
he was a reasonable man that got an unreasonable amount of attention, and it turned into an unreasonable man.
I agree.
Honestly, Billy the Fridge fucking nailed it, honestly, yeah. Pretty much. Like, he maybe, you know, at once upon a time, he legitimately had some, you know, like, not off the cuff, like, fringe ideas. Like, I mean, because he was kind of like a self-help psychologist kind of guy, you know, prior to being who he is now, like, before he gained popularity. So it's just like, I mean, there's nothing really inherently wrong with that. I mean, like, honestly, the self-help shit is basically just, like, all the same stuff, just kowtowed in different phrasings in different ways. And Jordan Peterson isn't different when it comes to the self-help shit on that front. But, like, I can really, I mean, with that, I can at least see a merit in it. And honestly, at least, you know, early Jordan Peterson, especially before he got, like, really big, like, I could see some merit in some of the shit. Like, he wasn't, like, a totally full-on word salad fuckaboo. Like, not quite yet then. But especially after, like, that C-16 bill or whatever the fuck it was. And, you know, this whole, like, oh, the trans thing or whatever the fuck, you know, as soon as that all came up, like, he saw monetary gain and he just jumped all in it. And basically eschewed everything else that he was, you know, initially working for. When it came to basically being, like, you know, a self-help psychiatrist kind of guy, like, you know, like any of that type of shit was just eschewed for the monetary grift that he saw, you know, when it came to it. And honestly, especially after his whole, like, Russia medically induced coma binge fiasco, like, at this point, I do think he does believe it. Like, maybe, like, before that, I would say he was just more of a grifter. But after that, I think he legitimately got mentally damaged enough because of that shit to the point that he legitimately believes this stuff. I mean, he wouldn't be such a crazy, unhinged, like, up yours, woke moralist. What rules did I break, you sons of bitches? He wouldn't be, like, that unhinged about this crazy shit. Literally, like, saying that, like, you know, doctors who are doing transgender surgeries are literally the equivalent of Unit 731 and shit. Like, I mean, frankly, 2016 to 2017, Jordan Peterson, I necessarily wouldn't think he would be saying shit like that. But post-benzo fucking unhinged, mentally damaged fucking Peterson, though, yeah, because he is. So it's just like, at this point, I do think he believes it now. Like, it ain't a grift anymore. At this point, whatever grifter was at this rate, it's just how he's able to keep himself afloat. So it's like, even if he doesn't deep down believe in that shit still, like, I mean, he still has to nonetheless, just because, I mean, it's how he keeps himself afloat now. I mean, because he knows what his base is now at this rate, and, I mean, he's die hard down to the bone, you know, with them. So, I mean, even if he doesn't deep down believe in that shit, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, that shit in itself is kind of irrelevant now at this point. Because he's just like one of these frontline moral crusaders, you know, trying to, you know, stand against a fucking woke worldist, like postmodernist crowd and shit, manning the machine gun, holding the line and shit. Like, I mean, that's what he fucking thinks he is now at this point. Peterson has interviews from years ago, before he famous talking about how the atheists should be oppressed. This might be it. Yeah, here, I'll check this out too.
Your thoughts? I think it's a juvenile...
Oh man, dude, wow, this is a different Peterson right here.
...publicity stunt pulled off by people who really neither know about nor care about the actual issues.
Get off the fence and tell me what you really think. Really, no redeeming features whatsoever? You've heard Justin say it's actually kind of provoked a bit of discussion.
Well, I don't really regard atheists as an oppressed group, personally. I don't think there's any real historical evidence for that, especially in North America and Europe, and...
Well, that's fucking bullshit right off the bat. Like, what is the predominant religion, even in America right now? It's Christianity. I mean, like, what was the main fucking religious doctrine that was upholded, you know, as not just, you know, the cultural norm, but law for hundreds, if not thousands of years in Europe, and for at least hundreds of years in fucking North America? Christianity, Catholicism. Like, I mean, this is, like, what? Like, I mean, a lot of, you know, what today we see as a lot of, like, atheistic or agnostic philosophers of the day were heavily fucking persecuted at their time and shit. Because of a lot of their thinking. Considering that they were pretty much, you know, fundamentally against the religious and doctrinary norms of the time and the social religious norms. It's like, what? Like, excuse me? Like, I mean, pretty much, like, all the people who were killed for being heretics or non-believers, whether they were Christian or, you know, Islamic, you know, fucking extremists or otherwise and shit. It's just like, you know, these Abrahamic biblical beliefs and shit or just these fundamental broad Abrahamic beliefs are what led to a lot of death, you know, to people who are either pagan, agnostic, atheistic and shit, including in the good old US of A. Like, I mean, the Salem witch trials, for example. I mean, that shit was basically persecuted against other Christians and shit because of a fucking, like, psychedelic fungus that, you know, was growing on wheat in the grain that they were harvesting and shit. I mean, you know, so they basically looked at a bunch of, like, you know, women who were, you know, having, like, you know, psychedelic trips and shit and thought, witches! Even though they were just, like, probably your typical Christian handmaiden of the day, basically. And just, like, you know, decided to fucking drown them, you know, for being witches or whatever the fuck they did. I mean, it's just like this, it's like, I mean, also, like, the whole satanic panic shit, like, looking at people who are, like, into metal or, like, into, you know, D&D, into all this other shit, and basically, you know, not, it's just like, I mean, a lot of this, you know, persecution shit isn't even necessarily to just atheists, it's just anything that goes against the traditionalist Judeo-Christo views, you know, that, you know, challenge their shit, whether it's, like, D&D, or metal music, or, you know, or marijuana, or fucking, you know, like Harry Potter even, because that was, you know, what I was growing up with when it came to, like, oh, you can't, you know, look at that witchcraft and shit, like, because my mom thought Harry Potter was literally, like, paganistic witchcraft being indoctrinated to children and shit, so it's just like, I mean, when he got all this shit, you know, persecuting against not even necessarily just atheism, but pretty much anything that doesn't go against, you know, the traditional norms of the religious doctrine and shit, like, I mean, it's heavily persecuted. It's like, what is this nonsense? Like, what? Like, oh yeah, atheists are never, like, you know, hardly persecuted, and it's never, you know, acknowledged even historically. It's like, huh? It's like, I mean, there was plenty of, like, it's not just atheists, but plenty of shit that went against, you know, the religious and doctrinary norms that was heavily persecuted and shit. I mean, fuck, like, even, like, you know, fellow Christians literally persecuted each other. Like, the 30 Years' War, for example, where literally, like, 2/3 of the German population was wiped the fuck out over those 30 years and shit because, you know, Christians and Catholic, or Protestants and fucking Catholics couldn't get along, basically. Because they, you know, like, oh, I believe in God in this certain way. Oh, I believe in God in this certain way. Well, fuck you. It's like, I mean, it was basically that shit. So, it's like, what? It's like this whole persecution shit happened to even, you know, non-atheists and shit. So what is this shit? Like, what is this weird hyper-malarkey foo-foo bullshit? Man, I don't even think I've seen this clip, but oh my god, dude. Just fucking making me pop the fuck off, because god damn, that's just, like, beyond comically insane. That's just delusional. It's like, what? Pre-air transplant? And he's the guy who is supposed to be against gender identity affirming surgeries. Yeah. Who's against that shit and wants to heavily persecute trans folk and shit, but yet, you know, wants to say that atheists aren't the, you know, like, it's like, give me, oh my god. This motherfucker has so much of his priorities backwards, it makes me head spin, laddie.
And I think the debate is going fine without this sort of stunt, and I think it's basically a media manipulation ploy. It's a good one.
What? It's a good one. What? This must have been back when, like, the whole, like, you know, internet like, you know, religious wars are going on, whatever the fuck, between, like, atheists and Christians and shit, like, in the late 2000s or whatever. Because, like, even then, there wasn't, like, this sense of, like, oh, you know, it's a manipulation media stunt that atheists are trying to swindle and throw and blah, blah, blah. It's like, what? Like what? Like the Christians who pretty much occupy Fox News and fucking the entire Republican GOP, even the Democratic Party to a degree when it comes to like a lot of their media social pandering, when it's like, God bless you, and like we need to have like, you know, the spirit of our Lord and back in this nation again, blah 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 blah. It's just like, I mean, also just swearing on the Bible and shit. Like it's systemic as fuck with the manipulation of how much Christianity and religion is in our fucking government and our, you know, system and our culture, let alone fucking, you know, like the media. Like, what? Like, the only thing that the, you know, Christianity doesn't have a strong grip on at this point, especially, is fucking entertainment when it comes to media. Because you think Pureflix is getting fucking record box office hits left and right? No. because no one wants that shit. That's why they have to, you know, have their influence, or, you know, when it, not necessarily media, but in politics. Goes, why do you think they, you know, are so heavily gung-ho about, you know, trying to, you know, push their shit in government, and in education, and in schools, and in libraries, and all these other places? Because they know, especially when it comes to the free market of, like, entertainment and media, with things like Iowa, their shit don't sell. So they have to do it via manipulative ways and via forceful ways, and pretty much, you know, enforce their type of ideas and their edicts and shit by law. Which is why they try to, you know, force their, you know, shit down everyone else's fucking throat, you know, to at least some degree. So it's just like, huh? It's like, who has, you know, the whole media stunt and, like, you know, the whole fucking, you know, manipulation tactics going on here? I don't think it's atheists that do here. I'm pretty sure it's quite the exact opposite with a lot of the religious fanatics.
Hey, you say the discussion's going fine, but I think you're alluding to the Theist Club discussion. You see in the pages of our national papers that religious organizations are frequently invited to discuss issues of ethics, issues of the interplay between science and faith, issues of the reasonable accommodations of religion. You rarely see an atheist or a proclaimed secular humanist, from an organization or not, actually being invited to participate until relatively recently. So when you say that our country is becoming more pluralistic,
I didn't say that.
Well, you're saying that we're including more people in the discussion. I think you're ignoring the fact that atheists are not part of that.
Oh my god. I mean, I don't know who this dude is, but at least he's actually, like, you know, spitting a little bit. Calling out Jordan Beeson even back in the day, dude. Love it. I mean, because, like, yeah, like, I mean, the idea, like, oh, the atheists aren't persecuted, thus, you know, they're able to be more invited into, you know, the public discussion of thought and blah, 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 blah. And all this other shit, you know, making it more pluralistic and all this. And he's calling him out on that. He's like, I didn't say that. Which also kind of implies that it's like, oh, then maybe they are. Because if you're saying that, like, you know, it's more agnostic or deists and, you know, people who are at least have more of an open-minded sense, you know, to spirituality and faith that are, you know, more in the forefront when it comes to a lot of these discussions, then atheists aren't. You know, people that have a lack thereof of that belief, you know, aren't being, you know, more or less on the forefront and shit. You know, despite the fact that, well, they exist. So it's like, So, talking both ways out of your mouth there, huh, Peterson? Just like you always have, huh, you little filthy fucking rat. It's like, oh, atheists weren't persecuted at all, but, like, hey, they're all, you know, I didn't say they were being invited into, like, the public discussion or anything. Don't put words in my mouth. Can extrapolate his beliefs, implications to the statements. I mean, a part of me thinks that he does, because, I mean, at least nowadays, just because he, you know, purposely knows that it emboldens a lot of people that follow him. You know, when it comes to a lot of the things that he wants to push and what he advocates, at least especially nowadays. I mean, maybe back when this recording and when this happened, I mean, I feel like, you know, there's more of a benefit of doubt that he doesn't get it. But I mean, nowadays, I don't know. I feel like he does in an extent, because he knows that people extrapolate a lot of his ideas in a sense of, like, yeah, this is, you know, for the moral good and for, like, you know, the broader cultural good, because of, like, the abhorrent moral evil that these wokeists or these postmodernists are trying to push, or whatever fucking phrase he wants to use. Because I know postmodernist was a whole, like, Marxist, you know, postmodernist Marxist or some shit like that was, like, his big thing, and now it's, like, woke moralists, I guess. Either way, it all means the same shit. But, like, I don't know, like, at this point, I feel like he definitely knows, you know, that, like, what, you know, people take from that and extrapolate of, you know, and where it goes to. Because, if anything, he wants that, at this point. I mean, maybe back in the day, you know, he was more like, oh, well, I'm just, you know, offering my, you know, little 2 cents, and, you know, just offering a differentiation of opinion here, you know, adding to the discussion, blah, 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 blah. But, like, at this point, I mean, he's just a fucking moral puritanical crusader for his shit. A postmodernist for his fucking weird Christo-Western mentality and shit. Which is, well, like we were saying from earlier, pretty inherently fascistic in a lot of ways. He's term cultural Marxism, which is really used by Nazis too. Yeah, because back in the day, they called that cultural Bolshevism. It's like you basically, instead of Bolshevik, you use Marxist. It's like, oh yeah, let's just change the phrase just ever so slightly. Yeah, we'll definitely win people over of that. Which, I suppose so. Because, I mean, the whole cultural Bolshevik thing, was, popular and sold in too. So I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess there is, to an extent to it. Yeah, people are dumb enough to buy it. But yeah, the Nazis literally used, like, cultural Bolshevism and a lot of things about, like, postmodernism that commies were doing and shit at the time. And, basically used the same type of tropes and the same talking points. And it's like, curious, you see a lot of the same talking points now. But back in the day, like in 2015 to 18 and shit, it was always like, oh, these woke left FJWs are hyperbolic of, like, calling people Nazis, racist, and blah, 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 blah. It's like, weird. It's as if now at this point we're just being vindicated, and now these fucking weirdos are just like, please stop calling us that! While getting canceled and fucking crying about tyranny left and right and shit. So it's like, strange how that worked. Now they're all being the whiny SJW triggered little bitches. I guess you could say it's just like the more things change, the more they stay the same.
You've seen Dawkins, you've seen Hitchens, you've seen all these guys that write these books on atheism get massive amounts of media play. So it's not like they're excluded. If anything, they're dominant. So
it's not dominant? What? Even back in the day, they weren't. Like, I mean, they were heavily challenged by, like, a lot of the religious and mainstream orthodoxy and shit. Like, the fucking, like, I mean, especially on, like, mainstream media, they would always paint it, like, creationism versus science as, like, some sort of 50-50 equal debate thing. Like, with Bill Nye and Ken Ham, for example. It's like, this whole idea where they're dominant and it was, like, a, major thing. Even today, it's, like, far from the fucking truth. Even back when it was at its, quote, peak. It's like, I mean, a lot of these things were mostly, spread through via the internet more than anything, not via, like, mainstream on the radio or TV or anywhere else, especially back in this day. Like, what? I mean, it's just fucking ridiculous. It's like, they're not, like, even now, they're not necessarily fucking dominant. Maybe a little bit more so than they have been to an extent, but not that much. Like, what?
Correct.
What's that?
Richard Dawkins' book came out about 3 to 4 years ago.
Yeah, so and it's got a perfectly fine, perfectly fine reception.
Oh yeah, it's like they're very dominant, but it's like 3-4 years ago, a pretty nice, respectable reception. It's like, shut the fuck up, you worthless little weasel, you slippery fucking fish out of water, little fuck. It's like you get caught in a corner, and then you're like, man, every time, dude, this motherfucker gets caught up in a corner and has to weasel his way out and shit. Where it's like, no, I wasn't actually, like, it's like they're very dominant and stuff, come on now. It's like, I mean, it's like Richard Dawkins made his book like 3 to 4, I mean, at this point, probably, obviously, way fucking longer than that. I mean, so it's just like, oh yeah, it's like the very dominant on mainstream fear, and, just like getting basically interviews left and right, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no. I mean, if anything, quite the contrary. If anything, they, like, guarantee mainstream media especially got a bunch of religious zealots, to fucking decry the fact that the book, was, sold and shit, and then being like, oh, what do you think about Richard Dawkins, this atheist, saying this God delusion, huh? Oh, well, I think it's just this utter travesty and just a moral depravity that is just trying to expand more of this cultural degradation amongst society and blah, blah, blah. I guarantee you it's shit like that. It's like, I bet if we look down, like, mainstream, like, like, Fox News, the God Delusion, and CNN, the God Delusion, all the, like, just look up, typical random mainstream media, like, outlet, and the God Delusion, Richard Dawkins, I guarantee you it would just be shit like that. Guarantee. Because, I mean, it's just like, they don't, because the whole idea that, like, oh, atheism is dominant, in the cultural sphere or the mainstream media sphere, it's just like, it's just beyond comically bullshit. Even today. It's like, what? It's like, give me a fucking break. It's just ridiculously insane. Like the fact, like the religious like venom that is like so like influenced and so like ingrained into our society is just like, you know, just, like so spread and so wide and shit. But yet, oh, it's like the atheists are like the dominant and, you know, blah 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 blah. It's like, oh my god, it's just insane. It's like I don't even know. It's like, how do you even respond? It's funny because Christians don't know that God delusion is full of mostly the best arguments that can be made for their beliefs. Exactly. I mean, I have that book in my library. Like, I have it in my little bookshelf in my fucking room right now. Like, I mean, I've read that book, and funny enough, I told my mom when I got the book, and I'm just like, yeah, there's actually, you know, honestly legit arguments as to why, you know, maybe religion isn't necessarily a good thing, and blah, blah, blah. And she just kind of looked at me with disdain, like, how dare you? It's like, sorry. Religion's bullshit. You know this. You know I believe that at this point. But, nonetheless. Yeah, I actually really want to see when his wife comes in on this a little bit. I'm going to skip a lot. He's leaning back on this one.
Because it affects us exactly the opposite as it affects lobsters. The whole thing is based entirely on bullshit. All of it. Total bullshit.
So, are you saying
I like how Jeff Holiday is in Eugene, so, like, there's also the random chance that he's in Portland, too. I kind of like that as well. I actually saw him when I saw Jimmy Dore, too. And, like, I mean, he's actually legit kind of cool. Like, that's kind of one thing I took most fondly of my interaction with that live show of Jimmy Dore, outside of Jimmy Dore being based before he was unbased and cringe. But, you know, outside of that, it was like, you know, seeing Jeff Holiday and seeing how he's actually pretty cool and a lot shorter than I thought he was. And then seeing Billy, because he's just such a friendly, like, cloud of sweetness that, like, you know, Billy being sweet is not just a meme, it's true. Like, Billy is legit a sweet boy. Like, I mean, like, I really like Billy, honestly. Like, I actually kind of hope that he, you know, happens to be in Portland again, you know, just randomly, and I happen to go in a bar, and he's just, like, there with Ben or some shit. I'm like, oh, Billy! Because he's legit, like, a sweet boy. He's actually really awesome. He's really cool.
I don't think he said that. There are a lot of early warning signs. I haven't watched what you're referring to. The whole cultural Marxism.
Ironically, the Yippie Door night coincided with the Great Shroom happening. Yeah, that's true.
Always a huge red flag.
Funny how Peterson, the big anti-postmodernist, is talking how Richard Dawkins is arguably the biggest contributor to evolutionary biology since Darwin should be silenced. Yep, basically.
Hated Nazi theory. But yeah, I think wherever it is, I think we can all agree, like, wherever he was, like, the brain damage has worsened. Because now, he is, like, leagues farther over. I guess, I don't know how much of it is his positions changing versus his ability to keep the, like, sane aesthetic changing. I genuinely don't know, but it's... I don't fucking know, man. Looking at just a fat chick on Twitter and it's going like, the fact that I saw this is fascism, ugly.
It's like, you'll never be beautiful. And funny enough, I know what he's talking about, and the chick that he's referring to wasn't even really fat. Actually, if you look at, like, medieval Renaissance paintings and, like, medieval paintings and shit like that, especially that depict women, they're actually pretty much the same chunkiness as the woman that he's saying, you'll never be beautiful. It's like, because funny enough, if you at least look at more traditionalist, like, European views, like, women were legit kind of chunkier back then. Maybe not, like, full-on, like, chunk, but they had a little chunk going on a little bit. I mean, because if anything, especially back in the day, having some chunk, you know, was actually kind of a healthy and a good thing, because it showed that, like, hey, you know, like, I'm surviving and, you know, I'm doing well for myself, you know, thus, you know, I can do well for, you know, our potential kids that we can have, and blah, blah, blah. Like, there's some, indirect biology going on there, basically. It was a sign of being higher class. That too. Again, a sign of stability, higher class, like I can, I'm fending for myself and I can also fend for, potential kin, shit like that. Like, I mean, so, especially for women, it was kind of seen as, a beauty standard to actually be a little thicker and a little chunkier because it kind of showed a little bit of that. I mean, why do you think a lot of kings and a lot of monarchs back in the day and queens were actually legit not just thick, but actually kind of fat, because it was seen as like a standardization of being of a higher class, basically, and thus, in a sense, more beautiful, and thus, something to, seek for, so it's just like, if anything, like back in the day, being more of a heavier set was actually being more attractive and more beautiful in one's eyes versus being skinny. So, in Jordan Peterson's case, he's actually contradicting even his own ideas if you really want to logically break it down. Because honestly, the chick, like I said, of the picture, I remember seeing the photo, and even for me, she's actually pretty sexy. Like, at least for me, personally, because I even like, a little bit of a thicker set woman myself personally. So, yeah, she's going to be attractive to me. And Jordan Peterson here is like, you'll never be beautiful. But literally, my own personal preferences destroy that idea in the first place. So it's like, that. How can that even be the case if I find her beautiful? And not just beautiful, but frankly, yeah, kind of sexy. So it's just like, Venom, like, yeah, exactly. I do too a little bit. So it's just like, seeing her, it's like, yeah, she actually legit kind of sexy and beautiful. Like, yeah, get over it, Jordan Peterson, you fucking bitch. I mean, it's just like, especially considering, like I was saying, back in the day, in the medieval era, like, being more of a thicker, heavier set was seen as a more of a, status of being of a higher class, or at least, being more of the higher end of, your class and shit, and thus being more somebody you want to, go towards, for attraction. Or for, somebody you want to be with, especially when it comes to stability of having, children and so on and so forth and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, especially back in the day, that was quite pretty much like the norm. So it's like, it's pretty absurd to think that, like, oh, you'll never be beautiful, even though she was not even like really fat. She was just thick. That was it. Like, she was just like a heavier set, thick woman. And it's like, whatever. Like, oh no, end of the world. Oh god.
And then getting mad when other people can make fun of you is insane. Actually insane.
It is.
I loved his opinion on the fat swimsuit model. When he's yelling at the big girl being on Sports Illustrated Swimsuit Edition. He's losing his cool. He's like, a real woman is shaped like a Barbie doll. Made of plastic, no nipples. That's what I need. Not a roly-poly chunk to fuck. You see, God,
Here she comes.
God designed woman to hit.
Your Kermit the Frog voice sounds like he smokes 3 packs a day. Well, from my understand, Jordan Peterson actually used to smoke like a lot of cigarettes and drink very heavily on top of the benzos. So, if anything, I mean, yeah, it actually would be kind of accurate.
She walks like she's on the cover of that swimsuit edition.
I really wonder.
Oh, goddamn, Billy!
Peterson would
oh, damn, Billy! Oof.
look if he had a kind expression.
Ouch!
He's never had one, but he's.
Oh, whoa, God! Oh, Jesus! Whoa, dude! She just like appeared out of nowhere. That actually scared me. Whoa! She just, like, suddenly, like a ghost, like, appeared out of nowhere, dude. She actually, oh my god, I actually was scared. Whoa, that actually fucking made me jump. Oh my god. Ugh, holy fuck, wow. I didn't realize she would actually be, like, terrifying. God damn, she scared me. What the fuck?
His face is so thin. Everything about it is so emaciated. I'm just curious.
Normal person. Let's fund the government so we can have stuff at work and have laws that respect everyone like the founding fathers wanted conservatives. That sounds like communism.
True and good.
True.
Global News article on Bigfoot is returning Ontario to a 1998 sex ed curriculum. Some teachers are fighting back. Okay, I just want to show you the end of it.
This is their sex life when she has to wobble in the room with a fucking article about sex ed.
This is so dangerous. I'm getting like secondhand anxiety here. The idea of accidentally being live and having a conversation in front of my camera is like, this is like a potentially devastating. You know, you're just flipping the coin or tossing the dice on what wacky shit you're going to be talking about.
You know who Darkside Phil is?
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
Like, he accidentally jerked off during a live stream.
Yeah, that's a meme. I think that's how everyone knows of him at this point, where he literally, like, was like, oh, like, oh. Anyway, okay. Alright, hey, what's up, everybody? Hey, how's it going, guys? Like, he literally did that. I don't know who Darkside. Oh my god. Okay, we gotta see the jerk off video, because, oh my god, it's so fucking funny. Oh my god, this is so funny. Darkside Phil. Caught. I think this is it. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. It doesn't show anything. It literally does not show a thing, so it's safe. It's just his face. He's like, he's just going to like, who knows what he's watching, but he's going to town, bro. He's like, yep, that's right. Yeah, boy. This is probably what he's most infamous for. Luckily, I don't think there's any background music. I think someone edited that in or something. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's fucking me. He's like, no, like you could just tell, dude. It's like, oh my god. Oh my god, you can tell right here. He's like, no, he's done. Yeah, he's done. He's done right there. Yep, he finished the job. He finished the job right there.
What is up, everyone? Hello, and welcome. Oh, the camera's on.
Oh, the camera's on. Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh man, dude, look at his face. He's like, oh shit, my camera was on that whole time. Oh fuck, bro. Oh damn, he's like, I finished the job. Alright, let's get right into business. Oh shit, the camera's on. Oh my god, bro. What the? There's just a random bit of dust just flying around. Okay, that's weird. But he goes at it like a rabbit and monkey. He kind of does. Hold on.
I don't even know.
I didn't even know.
Hello.
Hello. He's playing it dumbs. Awkward as fuck. He's like, I'm just gonna play this off like it never happened. Oh my god, he's a fucking meme, dude. I mean, he's just kind of a fucking meme. He's known as basically like the worst gaming streamer, essentially, and it pans out, honestly, because oh my god, I mean, that I'm just glad nothing else is showing, but holy fuck, dude. I mean, I'm glad he wasn't pent up for like months on end or some shit, because you know that shit would just like it'd be like Old Faithful going off or something. Like, oh god, dude. So I guess, you know, it shows that he's on the reg with that one. He's on the regular with that shit.
Space, but you knew there was no question about what he was doing.
Every time a woman...
Yeah, exactly. As we saw, there was no question as to what we know what he was doing. Like that, I mean, it's the look, dude. I mean, you could just tell.
room like this to show me something, I 100% of the time pulled out one of her titties and started sucking on it while she reads to me.
Right, like
I can't not do that.
Yeah, if you're in that's actually true though, right? Like if you had a girlfriend, you know, and just wander by, there's like a decent shot that you're going to like punch a tit or something. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that girl on Twitch who went live and just spread her naked ass to the camera? And it turns out that she was recording shit for OnlyFans, but hit broadcast instead of record, and because of that, she only got a week ban or something.
A week? I get falsely accused of having lethal weapons on stream on Twitch, and I get permabanned, and that bitch get a fucking week for spreading ass cheeks wide for the world to see on Twitch? Man, fuck you, Bezos, man. Even if I got unbanned from Twitch, fuck Twitch. Oh my god. Man, fuck that shit.
I've actually...
Dude, what the fuck? Like, goddamn Demon Mama getting banned for a month for saying faggot, and then goddamn that shit for like a week. It's like, even if I did get unbanned from that fucking platform, I'd go there for like maybe a couple days just to be like, hey guys, I'm on YouTube, just go over there. I'm not going over here anymore. Like, I just do it for that. For like a week, and then just like continue being over here again. Like, I mean, for fuck's sake. Like, oh. God, it's gross.
Broadcast instead of record a couple of...
I mean, not because she spread the ass cheeks. I'm okay with that. In fact, I don't give a fuck if Twitch allowed it or not. Actually, I wish it did. Because then I wouldn't give a... I wish it did, because who gives a fuck? Oh no, ass cheeks spread wide for the world to see. Like, yeah, guess what? There's an 18 plus shit for Twitch already. So just whatever. That's just a rant and a half in itself.
I don't make
You know I should do an OnlyFans? Hey, I've considered it, but don't quit fucking, like, trying to pressure that shit. Quit peer pressuring me!
Like, take pictures of myself with my shirt off playing Magic cards.
Well, the only time
Ignore fans.
I don't know the house are streaming, so
Dog needs to not be
I don't think
transphobic.
YouTube won't ban you for walking around in your briefs, but Twitch will. So as long as I'm off Twitch, that shouldn't be an issue.
Well, Twitch also banned you for saying cracker too. Like,
yeah, Twitch will get me for anything. That's why I don't fucking stream there anymore.
For the end of it.
I noticed a lot of lefty YouTubers, don't really stream on Twitch anymore. Honestly, I need to get some other ones like Radical Maniac to fucking get convinced to fucking just start streaming on YouTube, because just fuck Twitch. They are inherently like biased against like leftism and shit like that, honestly, overall. Like, they will fucking hate you for the slightest goddamn thing if you have a leftist bent, like, for fucking anything, especially from my own experience and from like other lefty streamers experiences. So it's just like, yeah, like, YouTube got fucked algorithm, but at least they won't immediately ban you for shit, for like, saying, in context a word, or like, for saying cracka or whatever the fuck, or unsafe use of lethal weapons, even though back in the day when I was on Twitch, I didn't have a shotgun or my fucking rifle, so how did I have lethal weapons, and shit, and how was I using them unsafely when I didn't even have any in the fucking first place? But nonetheless, man, get banned for it. So, like, Twitch is broken, Twitch fucked, YouTube's fucked, and YouTube's broken, but it's just like, I don't know. Like, honestly, especially as a leftist, you legit probably have better chances being on YouTube than Twitch. Like, I guess, like, build a following to an extent on Twitch, because it is easier to kind of get your shit out there, I suppose. But don't rely on it. Which Sears would stream on YouTube, but no, you like being a cat point on Twitch. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I like Ryo Maniac, and I actually want to have conversations with that guy on his streams and shit, but he's on Twitch. And because I'm permabanned, I can't go on his fucking show or on his streams, because then I put him at risk. And I don't want to do that for his shit. But obviously I still want to chat with him and stuff, because, I'm on his Discord and I chat with him, or at least chat with in his Discord chat every now and then and stuff like that. So still interact with him and shit. Still remembers me, and obviously, remembers me fondly and shit. So it's just, I guess, just like convincing him, like, Twitch is just increasingly becoming not really, like favored, for lefty streamers outside of basically Hassan. So, like, honestly, it's just better to hedge your bets and just kind of go outward. And, because honestly, especially when it comes to being a guest on maybe other bread tubers, like Demon Mama or Vosh, for example, or some shit, it's easier to, be there and stream at the same time too, because you won't be hit with some liability bullshit. Twitch is just fucking stupid. Like, I mean, it would be a good platform to stream on if it wasn't for a bunch of bullshit and cockamamie nonsense with their TOS. Because, I mean, if it really wasn't for a lot of that shit, I mean, I probably would be more incentivized to, hit Twitch up and be like, yo, can you get me back on? But they're just bullshit, so. Which has gotten a little too SGW for my taste. Yeah. I don't know, I haven't really seen Hannah Reloaded in a while, so I can't really say what her content's like at this point. I like Jake, though. I still watch his shit every now and then. Not that often, but I'll check it out occasionally.
No, just wait. I'll show you something.
Wait, just wait. Don't touch. No. You have to put up with me for a little while longer, please.
Yeah. So this is what.
You're wasting my time.
That's the difference between them.
I'm crying over all the lonely men out there. Will you please leave me alone?
A silent eulogy to all the incels.
Yeah. 39, yeah.
Yeah. So
he's talking about them teaching 39 gender identities? Is that what he's talking about?
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
That's a lovely little graph.
That's a lovely little graph right there.
That's a lovely little graph that, shows how much, the number of genders has increased. Oh my god, dude, this chuckle fuck, man. Like, I mean, as much of a fucking insane psycho he is pretty humorous and funny to watch. Especially when he's just, like, in his private life. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it is actually kind of funny to watch him in his private life like this.
Sort of person that wears a suit and tie just hanging around the house. That one must be properly dressed to
I didn't even process that.
Oh my god, you're right. Dude, whoever just sent that in as a text-to-speech thing, I didn't hear all of it, but I knew what he was saying. It's like, what type of dude are you to, like, dress in a suit and tie just privately, casually, just for the fuck of it in your own house? Just, like, I've dressed nice, and it kind of, like, flex on some drip and shit like that, you know what I mean? But, like, I'm not going full-on suit and tie status to this shit, and usually if I am doing that, I'm out in public. Like, I might, be maybe at home for the most part, but I'm always going to go outside and, let people see what I'm, flexing for some drip. But, like, if you're just going full suit and tie and you're just at home, it's like, why? Like, just being your, like, just being some, like, casual, like, dress wear or something. Like, what is this? Like, wow. What the, like, that's just weird, dude. I mean, the closest I'll be like this is literally my work shirt, but I have that off because I was sweating my balls off before I, started this. So I took it off. So it's just like, fuck. I mean, I feel like this is just so weird. Like, why is he in a business suit just casually just at home, just there? Like, all, like, not even like loose tie and anything, like, or one button off. It's like full, all buttons up, like tied like right up on the neck. The whole shebang. Like, you're at home at your desk. Why? Alright, I need to stop processing that because now that I just have, it's starting to fucking really make me wonder. Like, oh my god.
I hope he was going to record something, right? But the lighting in the room is not like he's going to record something. Maybe he was going to a banquet, a function. Yeah. But if he does...
I hope that's the case. Like, I hope he actually was out and about doing shit that day, and this is just, like, him at the end of the evening. Like, that would justify it, but beyond that, it's like, what was he doing?
Tie around the house?
He's Onision.
He's actually just about to get in the shower. Yeah.
That's his shower jacket.
We had
His shower jackets.
And he came over in a three-piece suit.
But that was at the beginning of New Year's. His New Year's resolution was to
God.
come in as a bitch. It was his New Year's resolution to wear a suit every other day of the year.
That dude. With how hot Pacific Northwest gets these days.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking Jesus.
I think it's more of a human rights issue, right? This is teaching our little kids.
Fucking pricks.
Those fucking pricks.
Fucking pricks. Those fucking pricks. Those fucking pricks with their cute.
Those fucking pricks, I tell ya, those woke moralists. I like how she's just like, I think it's like, more of a human rights issue and blah blah blah. It's like those fucking pricks, those woke moralists, those sons of bitches.
Yeah. And their 39 genders. Someday we'll ban it. The Rainbow
We're
Coalition.
proud of ourselves to be part of a movement that was run by common parents, which is what is happening.
Commie parents? What? I can't even take that seriously, dude. Oh my god, what? Why? Oh my, just, wow, I don't even know. I don't even know. This is apparently a few years ago. Those commie parents. Those fucking pricks.
But it passed. That's a little bit about them. But the rest of it, all of it, is all about how horrible it is.
How horrible.
How horrible.
Yeah, well, it's okay, he did it, so.
Yeah, he did it. People are really, like, the teachers, even Jackie is like, Doug Ford is,
The look on his face when he realizes he's streaming is so great.
wrecking this,
Oh,
and
it's
we have to
good. Yeah.
petition not to follow him. It's like, they're so ill-informed.
Ben, can you show
They're so ill-informed. Dude, she almost has like a female Kermit the Frog voice. Like, she almost like, it's just a feminized version of Peterson's voice. Oh my god.
Sure, I'll
Dr. Holiday.
I'll get that in a second.
Yeah, I have to learn.
Graph there at the end.
That was good, wasn't it?
Yep.
I tried
That
to
was
say
good,
it.
wasn't
He notices any second now.
Haha, neither of us are surprised. He always forgets them there. He does. He always forgets his sunglasses. His jaw's starting to look a lot better.
I got she's still trying to keep his attention. He's over it. He really doesn't care for her much.
Yeah, he's just like done. He's like, alright, I'm done listening to you. I'm going back to my research, bitch. Fuck off now. Make me a sandwich.
Yeah, you think so?
Oh yeah, you think so, eh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh
It's only
yeah.
been, I think, 5 days and his jaw's
It's like, oh yes, that's interesting, yeah.
size.
He's so over her, and she knows. She's
Yeah, she's just walking away.
trans bait. She can read to him.
You're gonna have holes in your mouth, you know. You are.
Was that it? Someone
Yes,
messaged
dear.
him?
I'm live streaming.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm live streaming.
He got the message right there. Somebody told him he was live streaming, right?
If they hadn't told him, you think it would have been like that for like the whole day?
Probably.
Maybe.
So
At least it would have gone on for at least like 30 minutes.
I have a theory, and this is like central to one of the things that like got me to despise Jordan Peterson as much as I do. I have a theory that one of the reasons why he's so bad now is entirely because of the coma. And like I think the coma
Yep. No, wow. Like I was mentioning that earlier. I don't even know how far back at this point, but like wow, Jeff Holiday's pretty much saying the same thing too. What? Yeah, nailing it on the head. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, basically. Like I do think that as well. Like I truly think like what? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, basically.
more often because it's centralized to one of the main problems with Jordan Peterson. So, the story goes as thus. His wife had cancer, which is terrible, it's awful, it's not funny at all. He also had a bout of like really weird health things happen that he claims like he had apple cider vinegar and it caused him not to sleep for 24 days or whatever. He somehow got hooked on benzodiazepines. Now, a benzodiazepine addiction is very, very serious, and I'm not discounting that at all. What I am discounting is how he decided to address it. His daughter, who's a fucking psychopath and a piece of shit, and I know you talked to her before, but I fucking hate Michaela. I think she's a piece of shit. She took him to Eastern fucking Europe. He got put into a chemically induced coma so that he wouldn't have to feel the withdrawal symptoms of detoxing off of an addiction to benzodiazepines. Now, as somebody who has helped many friends deal with addiction and have to go cold turkey and spend those shitty fucking nights addressing their fucking demons, I find the idea of somebody dealing with their addictions by hiding in a coma to be reprehensible and not only that, but being put into a chemically induced coma can cause brain damage.
Yeah.
It can fuck you up mentally.
Yep.
Some sketch ass fucking clinic. Now, while he's in this sketch ass fucking clinic, Michaela goes and fucking dates Cobra Tate and runs around all these Eastern European clubs getting COVID.
Okay, hold on.
This is all true.
She dated Cobra Tate?
Yep, that's also true.
Okay, stop. This is all we needed to hear. Jordan Peterson is the way he is because he's trying to process the fact that his daughter dated Cobra Tate. He's having his Hulk Hogan moment.
I mean, if anything, he'd be totally fine with that, though.
Well, my chat didn't know this. They're losing their... Yeah, she did it. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Well, I talked with Michaela.
It's one of the things I found out about Andrew Tate.
I did a thing with her.
Like, where he, I didn't realize that, those two dated before. But, honestly, all in all, makes sense. There we go.
Before and after. Yeah, it's pretty wild shit. Personally, I think the greatest irony is that Jordan Peterson is supposed to be like the, clean your room bucko guy, and all the major pivots in his life seem to be him avoiding, like, something, The benzodiazepine addiction is a coping mechanism, being put in a coma because you can't deal with the withdrawal symptoms. It seems like so much of the stuff that happens is a product, like, for the guy who is like famed for it, he's never had that, like, puff your chest out and deal with it experience himself. He's never really had, like, a character building arc.
Never. Like, honestly, I don't think that's ever happened for him once. Like, because basically a lot of his mentality is basically like, do as I say, not as I do. Or it's like, oh, you clean your room, bucko, and, you try to take, more initiative in your own life, and blah, 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 blah. But you see him doing that at all for himself? No. Like, a lot of videos that you have in his own room, it's messy as shit. Now, I have a clean room myself, it's messy too, but, like, fuck. I mean, if you're gonna be claiming to try to clean your room, bucko, then you should probably take your own advice and work on yourself first before you try to, proselytize out to other people there, bitch. But, nope. So, like, I mean, not for him. So, for him, it's basically just like, do as I say, not as I do.
But my guy's over here spelling out how to be the alpha male that his daughter gets Cobra-tated. He's fucking breaking inside. He's pissed.
Well, the funny thing is that Jordan Peterson and Tate are, like, really two sides of the same coin in terms of the, like, desperate young guy looking to reclaim a masculine identity, goes online and finds a surrogate daddy. And you can either have, like, the world's most obviously insecure, like, looks like a gay porn star, but with a less attractive face, Andrew Tate, or you can have, the Auschwitz doctor. It's not really
Auschwitz doctor Jordan Peterson.
It's the two dads you get. You get the dad that doesn't really care much for you, but he pays your bills, or you get the cool dad that's there on the weekend, buys you ice cream, then leaves.
Yeah, stick with your dad at birth. Probably, it's probably a better bet.
What's your birthday?
Probably.
Yeah, fuck your real dad.
This is what's super fucking central when it comes to people like analyzing Jordan Peterson. Okay, like you can think of him as like a philosopher, but he's bad at it. Okay, you can think about him as a psychologist, but he's bad at it. Okay.
I mean, it's as if he's pretty much like bad at like most of the shit that he does. Honestly.
You can think about him as a self-help guru, and he doesn't have bad advice. But the reason why you should never listen to Jordan Peterson about life advice, why the 12 rules for life Well, massive meaning, despite the whole grandma rubbing her pubes on his face stream, despite that, the reason why you should never listen to Jordan Peterson is that he does not practice what he preaches. He runs from the things that are uncomfortable to him. He is weak. He is spineless. He's a fucking coward. I've helped so many people, held their fucking hands while they shook through the fucking night dealing with fucking
So is JP's all-meat diet him reveling against his mother for making him eat his vegetables?
Probably.
I don't like broccoli.
That shit's so disgusting, too.
It's like, I don't like onions, broccoli, or celery, or nothing. Get it away from me. I mean, honestly, like, pretty much everything Jeff Holiday is saying right now is pretty much, like, literally on the bot. Or on the dot. On the bot. On the dot. Like, I mean, because that's essentially what Jordan Peterson is. He's somebody who doesn't practice what he preaches. He's somebody who would rather run away from his problems than confront them. He'd literally rather be in a fucking coma than deal with the withdrawals and his, problems with his addictions. Like, he's a coward. He doesn't, fucking practice what he preaches. He's very cowardly and isn't willing to, face his own demons and his own issues, and as a way to try to, control them with his own demons is a way to try to, control how others, handle their shit. And if I can control other people and maybe their demons and the fact that their room is messy and they need to clean their room and blah, 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 and all this other shit, then I have control of my own life and I have more control and security, with my own sense of how things work and shit. And with that, it's just like, well, do you though? Or are you just trying to basically have, some sense of, security in your own mess of insecurities? Which, honestly, especially given a lot of, the different far-right Christian fascist movement in this country, a lot of it's just basically built off of a lot of that type of mentality. So, given especially Jordan Peterson now, I mean, it especially makes, 100% sense, with how he is and what he tries to push, for rhetoric. And considering his own insecurities and his own problems and him, even himself, falling for a lot of this type of shit. And falling for, this very, Christo-Judaic, moral, Western civilization, postmodernist fucking way of thought. Like, I mean, even he himself is a victim of it as much as a perpetrator of the fucking idea. Because, I mean, he himself suffers, with his own demons. But, unlike, a lot of other people out there, he'd rather be a fucking coward with it. And try to, control other people and their problems, versus, handling his own. Which is honestly the most scummiest thing about him, frankly, more so than the shit that he spews. It'd be one thing that, for him to maybe have these ideas and just kind of, think them, and just be like, yeah, I don't like these weird transgender people. I think, they're, blah, 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 whatever the fuck. It's like, alright, fine, you're just a weird idiot. But, no, I mean, he'd rather take it the extra step and ensure that it's, something that's perpetrated and normalized and pushed forward and, something that he can control, with other people because he can't have control in his own fucking life. Because then I can at least kind of have at least to a degree, a let bygones be bygones type of thing with people that just kind of, think, a thing when it comes to maybe being socially conservative, yeah, I think the trans thing is weird and bullshit, blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, I mean, you're not being, the hateful, bigoted fucking freako about it, so whatever, I mean, wrong, I mean, we'll at least, try to persuade you otherwise, but, I mean, it's at least, and with that, I don't think it's the end of the fucking world versus, someone like Jordan Peterson spewing the shit that he does. Guess all in all, cost-benefit analysis of it. But anyway, that's about it. It's almost at the 3-hour mark. Or not 3-hour mark, fucking 4-hour mark. But I think I'll chill till then. see what else. Let's see what else on YouTube in the meantime. Recommended a 4-month-old second thought video. Why means testing is a terrible idea. Means testing, it's garbage. I mean, frankly, it kind of is. Because so much of the different, quote, means testing that does happen in this country is pretty much just shit that's already been done on a national level in other countries in, like, Europe, for the most part. So it's like, why are we doing this? Like, we literally don't need to, quote, means test this. Like, it's already been done somewhere else. Like, I'm pretty sure we'll be just fine. Like, we don't need to means test it to see if it works or not. It's like, give me a break. The second thought is spree based, so I might actually check that video out on my own time. And, what was that? Oh. That stupid thing. Fucking hair. Random little YouTube poll. Would you rather be in a zombie apocalypse or an alien invasion? Fuck. Depends on a zombie apocalypse, but honestly, a zombie apocalypse. Wow, that's overwhelming. 68% zombie apocalypse. Because an alien invasion, like, that's like intergalactic, like, superior technology. Like, you're fucked. Like, I mean, yeah, I don't want to be in that. I'd literally rather be in a zombie apocalypse. Because depending on the zombie trope, I mean, that could either be better or just eat the bullet. You know, if it's like 28 days later zombies, fuck that. I'm done. So, like, I'm just going to call it quits, like, right off the bat. But if it's like the Walking Dead shit, you know, like, where they're like, you know, or Night of the Living Dead type of zombies, like, I'd could fight it out. I'd be in that little apocalypse. I'd be fine with that. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be fine with it, but I'd chug through, you know. But if it's, like I said, if it's 28 days later, then no, I'm not even gonna bother. I might, you know, be like, all right, come get me, bitches, and like let them all start swarming and take as many as I can out with that last bullet. I'm like, all right, before you all have your buffet. Yeah, get me alive. It's like, you know, I might do some shit like that, but I mean, nonetheless, I ain't dealing with that. I literally would rather hedge my bets with like The Walking Dead or like Night of the Living Dead style zombies, because at least then it's feasible. Like, it is potentially possible to where you could maybe have like civilization rebuilt and some shit like that, maybe, and not necessarily be totally fucked. So I can at least hedge my bets with that. I mean, The Walking Dead is more of a drama shit anyway, so I'm just thinking about the zombies in themselves. And especially if, like, in the later seasons of that show, the zombies aren't even that big of a threat anymore, then it kind of shows that, like, yeah, I mean, if you know what to do, then you'll be fine. It's going to be other people that you have to worry about. So, yeah, I don't know. Zombie apocalypse for sure. Alien invasion, like, that's self-explanatory. It's like superior tech, like, got lasers, fucking crazy space aircraft, fucking just you're just fucked. I mean, alien invasion, you're just done. Like, just wrap it up, son. Ain't no World of Worlds. Like, ain't none of that shit. Like, I mean, it's like Independence Day, but there ain't no Will Smith and Jeff Goldblum save your ass. Like, I mean, you're just done. Wrap it up, son. Like, I'm wondering what the 32% of people in that poll thought that an alien invasion would be like. Yeah, I'd rather be in that. Because, just straight up, they're a little crazy. They're crazy to think that they might be able to stand up against aliens versus zombies. I guess if the alien invasion was benevolent, where it's like we're gonna take out like your corrupted, you know, cancerous, you know, elements of your species and then uplift, you know, and enlighten the rest of you. Like, I mean, if it was some shit like that, then I think I could be down for an alien invasion. But I mean, that's more of a gamble. That's literally like a straight up gamble of like, do you really want to play that bet? Where you have like 2% of getting that result. It's like, no thanks. I don't think we're getting Vulcans with our alien invasion. Let's see what people said in this. I don't feel like a slow zombie apocalypse would be that difficult. I mean, it would. Given over time, it wouldn't be, but it would for different reasons, like the human element. We would be completely at the mercy of an advanced alien race. Well, at least that person gets it. Now, before deciding, we need more info about the type of zombies/aliens. Are the zombies decomposing in a normal way, or like The Walking Dead, where they decompose way slower? Well, there's also like 28 Days Later zombie archetypes, and there's also like The Last of Us, where it's like a fungus instead. I mean, like, there's a little more than just The Walking Dead with zombies, but yeah, I mean, a question: can the aliens be talked down without humanity being enslaved, a la Mass Effect's First Contact War? If so, that. Oh my god. Yeah, let's talk down to like a insanely superior race of beings. Like, let's do that. Yep, that works. Oh my god. Yeah, man, Jesus Christ. Whether aliens are some highly advanced species or deadly microscopic virus, I think it would be easier to deal with zombies unless they're super fast. Again, at least that person gets it. I mean, okay, I guess there's maybe every now and then a comment that's just insane, thinking they can handle aliens. Depending on what, like, archetype the alien is. It's like, oh my god. Okay, sure, buddy. Because pretty much like every alien thing when it comes to entertainment and media essentially requires like some sort of Achilles heel that humanity exploits last second, essentially. And in reality, that ain't gonna happen. So it's just like, how in the fuck? Like, how in the actual fuck do you think that we can... I don't know, some people are just weird. Interesting poll, though. Would you rather be in a zombie apocalypse or an alien invasion? Now the worst combo. Both. An alien invasion that brings a super alien virus that makes the dead zombies. That would be fucked. Like, I mean, that you just, like, at that point, just wrap it up for the just for the planet, let alone the species. We're just done. Like, the planet's done. The planet will be absorbed into, like, you know, a husk of whatever was left of every vital, like, mineral and resource and atomic compound. Like, my god, I mean, if that was the case, we'd be done. An alien virus that makes the dead zombies because aliens invaded us and ejected that into the atmosphere. Oh my god, we'd just be... we'd be fucked. Honestly, that's how the aliens would get us, though. That's probably how they would do it. Inject, like, some sort of, like, microbiology or some shit that would just murk us and just annihilate us so they don't have, like, a threat at all when they land or some shit. I mean, realistically, that's likely what they would do. If they really wanted to, like, have this planet for whatever ungodly reasons. It's like, you really want this shithole? Look, okay, thanks, cool. Here, yeah, go ahead, take this planet. Yeah, go ahead, try to deal with it. Have fun with it. GLHF. Take the ocean above our heads. But anyway, gonna finish up my tendies that I was gonna snack on a little bit, and probably watch that Second Thought video and watch some other RedTube videos or some shit. So anyway, peace out, and of course I shall be back around for the next one. So.